the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Hazy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, filth in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack. Now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Hello, friends. Can you hear me? Was that loud in your ears? It's a good way to wake up. Oh wait, but it's night time for you guys. In the chat, I see we've got a Lucy, Thur, a Davina. Hi, Davina. Zaxi, I don't know if he's still around, but oh no, it was a few minutes ago, so he's fine. Yes, it's going to get very heated in here. And Sherry, of course. Hello, Meower. Hi. Hi, lovely Sherry. Yes, good morning, everybody. Well, what are we doing this week? This is a diagram everything, so it's not an actual debate or anything like that, but we're touching on debatable issues, right? So, of course, everything is diagrammable. That's the whole point of diagram everything. So, but we need to at least decide what the point of this diagram is going to be. I tried to do a bit of a diagram, like an abstract diagram last week, and it didn't really work. So what would I do with this one? So initially what I thought I should do, and you guys let me know what you think, is I'm going to basically use this as a research mind map. So what I do is ask some questions before we go and look at some sources and things like that. I've got my ground news prescription. Hey, it is a prescription subscription active, so we can go and do some digging on ground news, and obviously read some South African content as well. But listen, if you haven't seen the thumbnail or the title of the stream, we're talking about the South Africa thing. And the dim the lights happening that happened last week, and it seems like a lot of commentators in the US are still talking about it. So of course that means I'm going to talk about it, right? I want to see if they're getting stuff right, if there's any context just a South African like myself could add. Also see if they're missing the point in certain ways, because there's a certain blanket word being used that makes people not take it seriously. That word is genocide. So that's not the narrative people want to go with. So anyway, I think what we will do first is just do a general discussion. So I'll write down some questions and things like that for what we're looking for when we are researching this week. Are you off? Good night, Sentient. Have a good night. Yes, so what I'm going to do is basically write down a few questions and things like that, what we're going to be looking out for when we go and watch things. And I think what we can do then is watch the full address with what do you call it? With Ramaphosa and the token whites, as some people have termed it, where Ramaphosa came and said, "Look, I got white friends. There's nothing wrong there." So yeah, let's have a good look at that. But first, we have to get our music, our background music up. Let's see. I have some English breakfast tea today, if you guys must know. Yeah. And there's my coaster sticking to it. English breakfast tea to get some caffeine in me in a different way. Okay. Open, and let's get Creamage's playlist out, boys. Okay, obviously it starts with the YouTube stuff. The rest is creamage. There's like two songs that are just like copyright free YouTube songs, and then the others are creamages. So thank you, creamage. I watched Spoon's video today. Let's have a look. I didn't see Spoon's video come up. Like I've had a lot of stuff come up in the recommendations, of course. But ooh, interesting. Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists surrounded. Interesting. Okay. 12 minutes of Spoon. But hey, before we go into that, we'll watch that. I think I'm also going to want to look into Katie Hopkins's thing. I actually haven't watched it. Yeah. What's up, Vagabondo? So, the first thing we're going to do is open Xmind, because that's what you do when you want to diagram, okay? So, opening Xmind. And I'll create a new map. We're not doing a debate diagram, so I'm trying to think, how should I? I'll just do a blank map. Let's get going. Jeez, it's hot, guys. Like I've got my my aircon on, my AC, but damn, you can still feel the heat in this piece, and it is only May. Sorry about the whiteness. Don't worry, we'll change it. That's what they said in South Africa. Get it? Where are we at? There we go. It's the Rainbow Nation. That's what we were trying to do. But let's do it this way. Here we go. Right. Creamage does all your music. Yes, he does. Because nobody else did. And some voice, some alerts and things like that. Yeah. I learned from Spoon that no African language has a word for maintenance. Pretty wild. There's a lot of words that don't exist, they just became the English word with E in front of it in South Africa. How is it going to get 41 degrees in Dubai? It was like 50. It felt like 50 the other day. Where is it at now? It's 32. And you know what? I should put my watch on charge, boys. I'm gonna go and do that. BRB. You know what? Get yourselves comfy, because we're gonna sit for 4 hours talking shit. And I expect absolutely everybody to be here. And I just noticed that my cats got rid of this fishing rod from one of my figurines, and that's just wrong. Okay. BRB. All right, we're back. So what we're going to say, the South African thing. Actually, I was wondering if I was going to use different formats today to show you guys how, what's the name? Xmind can do other things, look different ways. One of these could be this. You get a matrix like that. So you can go research questions. Run, Daisy, flee for your life. Did you hear me speak to her? She's in the sun, cleaning her paws. So who's that? Research questions. Okay, interesting. Did it really blow your guys' mind? Like, basically the way that you would refer to it is e-maintenance. That's how. It's not that they don't speak about it, but obviously Spoon will make a big deal about Africans not being competent. Okay, research questions. What are our research questions? Okay, first of all, people who called, for me, it's like, who called it genocide? Okay, who called it genocide? Because that's not helpful. It's not been helpful. But there is the question that is also brought up, which is it as severe as people say, though? So severe is not that nobody should be saying it's genocide, but what we're trying to figure out and what we're trying to explain is that it is a proportionally bad crime. So we got everything is shit in South Africa. This is an especially shit thing. That's all that we're trying to explain, I suppose. So how bad is it, though? Okay, so is it a problem? Like, I think we could go, is it a problem? Do we care? Do we care about it much as how do we care? Is it a problem compared to other crimes? Compared to normal crime? Okay. Hey fishy. So how you doing? I guess I'm happy. I am. Let's talk about my country. I'd have thought about the G word. It's possible it's being used by Donny T to allow for refugee status. It might have been what people were banking on, yeah, because it sounds like it has sounds severe enough that they got to run away. But persecution is maybe a better word, but even then people laugh at the word persecution. So how bad is it? I guess we could say, is it a problem? I think, and throughout all of these things, we got to be able to think, like, what do South Africans think? What does the rest of the world think? Because to the rest of the world, I suppose, no, to the Western world, to America, and yeah, America, it might be severe, might look severe, but to Africans, it's like, get over yourself. So throughout all of this, we do need to consider, I'll just a floating topic, consider the different opinions, so viewpoints of different groups looking at this issue. Okay, I'd be curious as to why Trumperino is focusing on these immigrants or refugees when he's generally very against the rest of them. True. How bad that would be. Let's put it as a like a Trump thing. So if we go Trump's interest, right? Why is Trump interested? And then underneath that, you kind of have questions like, is why should America care? What does America get from it? What's in it for America? What's in it for South Africa? Because South Africa has sent people South Africa, not the government, but lobbyists or parties have sent people over to America to speak to Trump and all of that. They have brought this issue to light internationally. So what's in it for South Africa? Maybe there it's like AfriForum. Like what are they looking for? Because AfriForum is not saying take us all in. Afrikaans people as well, Buddha, sorry, I'm very English sounding. They don't want to leave South Africa. That's why you could only find 50 something, and the ones that did leave, apparently they weren't actually farmers. Some of them got doxxed, and one of them worked for Heineken or something, wasn't a farmer, he's just Afrikaans. So I think there's another thing to do. Refugees, I think that's also where it started as well in the past week. The SA refugees arrive. How do we turn that into a research question? How were the refugees received? Also, why were they there? Why did they leave? What's up? What is the asylum process? Okay, another thing is who called it genocide? So that's an earlier question. The who called it genocide is an earlier question. But another thing I also want to do is then the meeting, right? Hey, crab feeder. Is it as simple as whites broadly being treated as second-class citizens? No, it's not. No, it's not that simple. Because you aren't really. I guess it depends how you look at it. When you look at the racial laws, then that makes you think, okay, they treated as second-class citizens. But in an everyday life situation, because it's not the same as apartheid. In apartheid, okay, you want to talk about second-class citizens. Black people had to have something called a dompas. They used to have basically papers, like the Jewish people would have papers and things. That your movement was controlled by the government as a black person. So that is also something that you have to keep in mind, is this comparison with apartheid. So yeah, you could say these people are being persecuted and things like that, but people get they just compare it to apartheid, and it's never going to be. Well, we hope not. Then it's never going to be like apartheid. And that kind of makes people complacent, it seems. So what the refugees received. I was busy writing something else. The the meeting. How did Cyril do at the Trump meeting? Okay. South African perspective, what did South Africans think? What did the media call it? Because remember, it was an ambush. Hey, Blair to Blair. How did the media see it? Sorry. The farm murders themselves are obviously something that brought the whole thing together. So I think who called the genocide should be a sub question of what are farm murders? What are plaasmoord? What is farm murder? Okay. Who called it? Who called it genocide? I guess then how bad is it comes into here as well. Is it a problem compared to normal crime? So all of that stuff goes in here. And that, I suppose, goes into that Katie Hopkins documentaries and things like that. Fishy, great, beautiful day. Touched some grass. Oh, lovely. I went swimming. There was no grass. Well, there was a plant. There was a tree next to the pool. So I guess that kind of counts. What, you went outside? Yeah, Zaxi went outside. Whoa! Did you see the sun even? Because that's. Oh wait, I didn't do that because it was an evening swim. Never mind, I didn't see the sun yesterday, which I'm kind of happy with because I was hungover. Okay, what else do you guys want to ask? Well, this is what we're gonna do this over a week. And obviously, I suppose we could put a section of just videos we want to go over. Videos. You guys have already said Spoon's video. The other one that I started watching last night, which has been on my recommendations, but Zax himself was also like, hey, look at this. So it's South Africa Chaos. Let's insert the link here. Insert link. Not web page title. There you go. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. How's it going, Crab? Wow, South Africa. What are they going to think of next? What do you mean, Michael? What are they going to diagram next? Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. If there's any other questions, we'll add them to this. Let's call this yeah, there's research questions. It's already named itself at the bottom. Do I start with, you know what, I'm gonna start with the this other one at the top here. This girl's video. I investigated South Africa. And okay, so I investigated the South African chaos is what the video is called. What's up, Shield Wall? But let's actually go create a thing if there's anything to document about her video. What I do want to figure out is, oh yes, so I'm gonna start the video, but she's doing that YouTube thing where it's like coming up, right? All of that. I'm gonna skip all of that and we're gonna go into the whole thing from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the preview thing when we're trying to get information from what's the name? We're trying to get information from a video. We don't need to be teased into it. We know we want to watch it, so it's okay. You don't need to do your intro. In SA, do they still think SA is? I'm sure there's some people that still think so. There's still some people that believe in like the mystical powers of albino bones. So if you kill albino people, that was a bit of a concern earlier on. People were really like being an albino person. Albino, I suppose is how you would say it, was pretty dangerous because your bones and your limbs are coveted for witch doctor medicine. But that's, yeah, albino. But yeah, that's a fringe thing. It's not like everybody on the street is doing it. Okay, let's get on with her video. Let's present. So this video is by, and this was recommended all over the place to me, and then recommended literally old school, where it was like, hey, watch this. So I investigated South African chaos by Angela Rose. Hadn't seen anything from her since, but obviously the algorithm was like, hey. So let's see if you guys can hear it.
Africa, white people are the minority, only making up 7.3% of the population.
Okay. Why are there chicken noises? Why are there chicken noises? I guess it's because it's a farmer's. You watched this one earlier too. Okay, but I guess it's because of the farmer's noise. Did you guys hear? Like I've just focused a little bit and just like I'm looking at the 7.3%. Okay, we could fact check it, I suppose. We could go through it in a fact check kind of thing. She looks like she's your cousin. She's not South African, but you know, and I don't have English relatives. Okay, so I investigated the South African chaos. The South Africa chaos. What's her name again? Sorry. Chicken noises. Angela Rose. Okay. Also, that's. I'm sorry. I just got this chicken song in my not chicken song. Chicken noise in my head. And okay, I need to share it with you because maybe you didn't notice. Okay, hold on. It's loading. I'm trying to get it. There you go. Video thumbnail. There you go. That's what she did. So there you go. Nice diagram. It's a porn name. Okay, so listen.
Donald Trump are the minority, only making up 7.3% of the population.
Why? Why? Did you guys hear the chicken? They're farmers, I suppose. So did they say white people? Not what's the name? Not Afrikaners, because there's a difference between a white person and an Afrikaner, but not usually. Not when you're a black person. We're all the same. So hold on. Minority, yeah, white people. So white people and minority. Fact checked. White people. I guess this is the build up. The coming up part I'll skip. But white people are 7.3% the population. I don't know this off by heart. I don't fucking know. Okay. Ouch. Itchy. Okay. What's next?
Donald Trump recently said this.
It's a genocide that's taking place, and you people.
That really doesn't help. So who called it a genocide? We've got a clip of, if we go back to who called it a genocide, Trump. We've got one for Trump, but he was obviously told to say that. Somebody gave him that idea.
People don't want to write about.
After that, the president of South Africa, as well as the United States legacy media, has been
Legacy
denying these claims.
There was Afrikaner farmer genocide. I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here.
So there is the thing. These three gentlemen wouldn't be here. I've got white friends. Is the thing. At least people are talking about it. Yeah, that's what they wanted. That's what the African lobbyists and whatever wanted. That's what AfriForum wanted. Because we need economic stability in South Africa. We need to improve there, and making friends with bigger countries and more successful countries works. Black African 80%, colored 8.8%. Oh yeah, guys, colored is mixed race. Indian Asian 2.6, white 7.7. So she said 7.3. Fucking liar. So where'd you get that, Creamage? Okay.
I traveled across the world to hear for myself the untold stories of Afrikaners and white farmers in South Africa.
Okay. So obviously, hey Luna, ChatGPT. Okay. You need to go to Stats SA. Okay, it's the only one. So this is the coming up stuff. Let's not go there. Okay, the coming up, cool. And then what else? So in this video,
We are going to understand what it is like to be white in South Africa, and
okay. This is going to be interesting, guys. What is it like to be in? She's going to cover what it's like to be white in South Africa. I would like to look. It's been about 3 years since I lived there, but last time I was there was a couple months ago. It was in December, so I think I know what it's like to be white in South Africa. So let's see if she's exaggerating stuff. What's the difference between white farmers and Afrikaners? Okay, so most Afrikaners were farmers. That they were the Boeres, that they generations ago they farmed, but you can be Afrikaans and not be a farmer. It's your heritage. Maybe somewhere down the line there was some person that was farming, because that's just the Dutch heritage, but there are many generations of people that are just Afrikaans speaking. That's what they're Afrikaners. They have an Afrikaans background. That's like my husband. He does have farming on both sides of his family. One is English farming and one is Afrikaans farming. But he himself and his nearest relatives, they weren't farm dwelling people. Are they a distinct ethnic group? Farmers, no, but Afrikaners, yes. It's a culture, a cultural group. Literally a language, one of the official languages. It's a tribe. Seems you forgot to sub, but you still found your way here, so I'm very happy, Loon. Loon, I've decided. Pleased to be of service. Thanks, Sax. Right or wrong? Okay, right or wrong. This is like talking to blacks in Detroit to understand how it is to be black in the US and whether the US police is a problem. So it's like you're going to the people that are going to feel a certain way about it. So yeah, but I guess that's how they feel. Their lived experience is going to be valid for them, right? So not all white people from SA are Afrikaners then. No, absolutely not. I'm not. I'm not Afrikaans at all. There's not an Afrikaans bone in my body. Unless I'm with my husband. But what's the name? I'm an Italian immigrant. Second generation, so I didn't live in Italy, but there's whole communities of Europeans in South Africa. So there's Portuguese, there's Portuguese, Italian, Greek, a lot of Mediterraneans, but not really that many Spanish. Interestingly enough, but yeah, the very healthy South African Mediterranean population. Who else? Yeah, there's also a lot of Brits as well. There's actually a lot of like people that have a couple generations back. They're British. So I'm not part of the African master race. No, I'm not. I'm part of the Italian race. And that's why I have enough eyebrow to pluck whenever I feel stressed. There's just always more hair available because of my beautiful Italian genes. Yeah. You just got to take everything with the appropriate grains of salt. Exactly. So that's what I want to do with this video. Let's get more into it.
Let's understand what they are calling the reverse apartheid.
What's happening?
Oh, you see, and that's funny because you see this person talking here with the coming up. I'm not going to let you guys hear it first, but in the coming up parts, it's like this guy's in quite a fancy place and he seems to be complaining about that. And like, you can complain about violence, but so there's a lot to consider in this because everybody in South Africa is suffering. Okay, that is still a shithole.
Happening here. My own father.
The United States just opened up a refugee program for Afrikaners, and
70,000 people have expressed interest. That's just white people wanting to leave. I honestly think it's just a lot of people that have farms, that have land. They don't wanna leave. That land has been in their family for generations, and also it's just not an Afrikaans thing to want to leave. So for my first reaction to people actually leaving South Africa was to Afrikaners leaving South Africa. I was like, they are fucking scared. That's properly they have properly been chased out. For them to abandon land. That's not, and they're not abandoning it. Obviously, they're trying to sell it and whatever, and they do have money to get across. They're not the poor refugees that you're seeing from the other third world countries. And I say the other third because we're a third world country, South Africa. Okay, let's have a look. Let's keep going. 70,000 expressed interest. I almost freaking sent a letter there. And people laughed. They were like, yeah, let's are you gonna take up Trump's offer? Italian immigrants aren't on the menu. Not yet. Ask Julius, they'll be not yet. No, Julius likes the Italians because they can get him nice shoes. They import nice shoes for him. So he's a very weird character, Julius Malema. I think we need to also put some characters as well. Just put your people to research. Who are these people? Julius Malema. EFF, so Economic Freedom Fighters. Obviously, you want to know Cyril Ramaphosa. Okay, Johan Rupert, Ernie Els. And then, I mean, I suppose we would also want to go, into the What is AfriForum? Okay. The shoe angle. Yeah, have you seen Malema's shoes? Yeah. They're very important to him. Hi Jacob, how you doing?
That 70,000 people have already expressed interest, and since 1985, 600 to 800,000 people have left.
So
Okay, so that she said that from 1985. Hey, Kitty, as you get African Americans, I'm proudly a Euro-African and proud of it. This is our home. My fatherland, Italy, my motherland, proudly SA. So that's exactly how it works. There's people that they're from Portugal, all of those things. That's exactly how they see it. But I think if people are going to leave, it's people with kids, younger people, because Marcello, I know for a fact, is of the older generation. So I've been watching this video. Okay, well, we are going into it. Let's see how it is. And the thing is, it's weird because people like Marcello and me, it's like we're South African and Italian. Sure, we could go back to Italy, but in Italy, because we've grown up in South Africa, we are not. Sometimes we even call the Italians the Italians. We call Italian people the Italians because they are the real ones. We are the immigrant ones. We're the offshoots. So so if we say the Italians, it's one of the quirks of language. Zaks, they want the gabagool. Yeah, they want the gabagool, and that's why we're allowed to stay. But yes, like, you know, a lot of the time what messaging you get is go back to Europe, go back to wherever. And it's kind of like I'm dealing with that feeling at the moment, because it's like, okay, in South Africa I'm not welcome, really. That's the feeling. In Italy, I probably wouldn't be welcome. I would be a little bit more welcome, but at the same time, I'm still not as Italian as I could be if I was born there, right? So it's a weird identity crisis. Is that white people leaving or South Africans in general? I think she's quoting white people leaving. It's called the white flight. People leaving South Africa, they're going to New Zealand, they're going to Australia, they're going to the UK. It's like a lot of people went, and some people went to Canada, but most of the people went from South Africa to the UK and to Australia. So you'll find a lot of expats there. I actually found a lot of them here as well, in United Arab Emirates, but that's because we had to work. Well, my husband's here to work. Okay. So let's see what she's.
85, 600 to 800,000 people have left.
So
Okay, she says Afrikaners there. So this is another fact check. I suppose we're gonna have to go. It's since, and bear in mind, 1985 still includes apartheid years. So since 1985, because there was a lot of people that were like, "There's gonna be a race war." Run! When apartheid was coming to an end, so there was a lot of white flight around that time. Since 1985, how many did she say? Sorry, 800,000, 600 to 800,000, 600 to 800,000, and on screen in the graphics it said Afrikaners, people, and it says, and then Afrikaners. Okay. True. I'm a quarter Japanese from my grandmother, but I'm definitely not Japanese to Japanese people. Yeah, exactly. Like you're more Japanese than a white person, but you're still not Japanese. Okay, so, and the thing is, people leaving South Africa in general is also happening. It's not like black people are like, oh no, I'm not leaving. If they are able, they fuck off as well. They go for greener pastures. That's what you do when you're in a third world country. Hello? Okay, no, I don't want to leave the site. Hey, Taco. Good morning. Okay. Consider the people coming to SA. The opportunities are many. But nobody's coming. Okay, well, yes. Oh, that's another thing. There is another thing to think about is people that are coming to SA, they've got their own migrant crisis there as well. Because they've got people coming from the rest of Africa into South Africa. So you guys are like, yeah, okay, it's a third world country, blah, blah. But it's like, no. It's still one of the best countries in Africa. So people want to come to Africa. And that's another problem that they have is they've got a whole bunch of Zimbabweans and Nigerians and all of that. And that everybody's fighting over the scant resources that the government provides for people. I've got French and English in me. There's a constant battle going on. The French will just whoop your ass. In terms of you have to just be French is supreme. That's it. Dear God, what a mess. Yes, Africa. But yes, there's what this video is going to try and say, I think, is there's no opportunity for white people because of the race, what do you call it? Race based laws, because there's apparently 145 race-based laws, and for the youth, I think it's more of a problem than the established families, because there's established wealth for them, for people that have been there a little bit longer, the white people that have been there a little bit longer, but young white people don't really have that anymore. They don't have that established wealth anymore. Okay, is there so much opportunity? Why is unemployment so high? That's true. Yeah, good question. Why is unemployment so high? Why is it?
We have one law on this farm: do unto others that you would like to be done to yourself.
There's a lot
Okay, Afrikaans people are very religious.
of racial laws in South Africa.
Bees to it is what has got no work.
There's one
No,
without
no coming up.
Also,
Woo, Johannesburg. That's where I lived. That's where I came from. Lived there my whole life, actually.
yeah, KFC.
Yes, well done. We have KFC, boys. Yeah. We have McDonald's. I guess if you thought we were the savannah out here, I guess it's interesting to see that. That's what you do. You're like, they have this here. When you go to any country that you haven't been to, obviously, you're just like, they have this here? Nice.
So you probably don't really come out like this much.
You don't go out. You go to restaurants. You can.
Big.
You should never do this? What do you mean? What are they talking about? Got any grapes? No, hold up. What do they mean you should never do this? What do you mean? Drive around with a camera out the window? Yeah, probably not. What do
You
you
don't
mean?
really come out like this much.
Okay, that's not... No. Okay, South African does sound exotic. Unemployment list around 40% and youth unemployment at 44%. Yeah? And but the thing is, I think it is really maybe what you meant there, March, was that it's it's because everything is so much worse elsewhere in Africa. That's the only thing it means by opportunity. But there is nothing. There is unemployment. Drive around at night. So yes, driving around at night. People do it. I think that's the thing, though, is like, you shouldn't do this. Okay, you don't do this much, she says. And a dance. I'm Ifune Takumi. Thank you for subscription. So hold on. one of the things, okay, you don't usually, let's put that out. What, driving at night? Like, look, you're not going to drive in certain areas at night. I think Americans understand this as well. You don't go in a certain place at night. You pick your battles, okay? But driving around at night in general depends on, just depends on where you are. So driving at night depends. And yes, there is always, you'll had African fried ostrich. We don't fry our ostrich. We put that on the braai. We cook that good. How can any country be remotely functional at 40% unemployment? It's because there's taxpayers that they have the burden. The taxpayers that are there, they do. You know what functions? Our tax revenue service. Good question. The one reason for people coming is that they bring specialized services that can be provided by locals, that can't be provided by locals. Like what? I guess, it's because we don't have that many people specializing anymore. I think we had good universities, which we learned by taxpayers means whites. Proportionally, I suppose more whites. But the thing is, anyone who's employed, you're paying taxes. That's how it's going, and your taxes are getting spent on shoes. Okay, so she's trying. Let's go back here. Okay, this KFC. Yes.
So you probably
Like, first of all, you're in Johannesburg, so and also just look here. There's some G20 advertising, which is what they want Trump to come to, right? At least it's a good look at the airport. That looks fine.
yeah. Okay.
But we have had problems with at the airport where you can get you got to be careful on your way out of the airport at night, especially. Okay, so KFC, cool, whatever.
So you probably don't
You don't really come out like this.
really come out like this much.
So you stay. Okay, so wait. You don't usually come out like this much. No, you do that. People go out. You don't just stay in your house all the time. I think they're kind of leaning on that. So let's do this. Seems like they're trying to get at trapped narrative. Everybody has to have these things, though. Everybody has to worry about going out at night. Yes, if you have a better car, you're probably more of a target. But you've got to hold on. Everybody is in danger here. Everybody, not just white people. Yeah, going out at night can be sketchy no matter where you are. It's dark. It's the whole idea. And that's another thing, though. South Africa is very dark because we don't have electricity sometimes. You should never do this. Okay, relax. I'm not okay with that. You should never do this. You should never do this. That's a bit disingenuous because I would do it. I guess I would do it, but people would be worried. So I would live about 15 minutes, 20 minutes from work, which I was working at my folks' house, and then I would drive home. I would drive home in the evening, and actually, it was even when when we had an office as well. So I would be at the office from the morning to around 5 o'clock, and that might be a problem. But the thing is, you still do it. You do it every day. You don't go, oh, well, I can't because I'm going to be hijacked. You just keep doing it because that's what you do when you live in a country. you don't stop and never do things. pretty much every major Western city has areas you want to stay out of at night. Exactly. Just switch out your Jaguar for a tank when driving at night. There you go, Taco Night. Solutions. I like this positivity in the chat. Were you packing heat on the drive? Not me. Not me. My husband was, but not me. And I felt much better with my husband packing heat. I did. I felt much better having that in there. But yeah, you have to do this. So you should never do this. You have to. Like, we would go for dinner at people's houses, whatever, and you have to go home at night. And yes, it would be really nerve-wracking if I was driving by myself. They didn't like that idea. You had private gun ownership. Yes, we did. That they're trying to. They really are trying to double down and actually remove some. Like they tried to recently. There was a thing that they were trying to get private security companies to not be able to arm their guards, because that's the thing. You don't use the police for protection. The police aren't there to protect you. It's you have your own security, private security. That's the only way to go. Okay, so big intersection, lights not working, street lights. Welcome. Okay.
Big intersection, the light's not working.
Oh my God, we better flee the country. There's no lights working. Okay, relax.
Street lights, yeah. Oh, there's lots of black.
Of course, there's blackouts, yes, and the streetlights. The streetlights are a fucking problem. That's part of also why it's so freaking dodgy. You drive around with your brights on, you like, I'll fucking blind you. Let's go, boy.
Blackouts, right?
Yes. Our generator's in for repair.
Our generator, yes, everybody has a generator. If you're good, you get like a little generator. Then people also get. So we got I suppose driving at night. Traffic lights out, that's what we call them. Traffic lights, not stoplights. Out. Traffic lights out. No. Street lamps out. Blackouts as well. ESCOM blackouts. And also there's lots of cable theft in South Africa. So a lot of the time with the street lights not working, it's because people have stolen the copper wire, and and they just have to keep replacing it. So you've got load shedding, which is the blackouts that breaks your electronics because it just turns it off, on, whatever. But so that causes cuck. But then the stolen wires also causes crap. So also with the blackouts, just another thing, people have generators. Of course, that's what you would do. You make do. You make a boer maak 'n plan. You make a plan. If shit is going wrong, what would you do? Okay, yeah, you don't. Your first option is not run from the country, because that's a lot to do, right? So you get a generator, and you pay for you can charge your phone with your generator, and you can turn on your router with your generator. So cool, you work that. Oh, okay, so generators maybe, but sometimes there's no fuel, whatever. Oh, there's also other things that people have. They've got what's it called? Not alternators. They've basically got batteries. Geez, why am I blanking on the why am I blanking on the thing? March, are you still there? What do you have as an alternative in the house? You've got this thing. I don't want to dox you, but I mean, there's many South Africans that have this. It's a battery. Solar? No, not solar. With the battery. What? You've got solar, but the battery. It's the sun. I love that, Serafax. Yes, the sun. I love you both. Solar. No, I'm talking about the actual. What is it? In. Come on. Inverter. There you go. Inverter. Battery backup. There you go. Yeah. Inverter. Yeah. Inverters. They also tried at one stage. Inverters are a good side. They're fucking expensive, but the thing is, what people did is they've made money off of this stuff. You wind farms, nuclear fusion. I love you guys. Okay, so the Taco, I really love that you use that emote, and I'm so glad that StreamYard's prayer. Yes, we do that too, definitely. Especially, yeah, Afrikaners will do prayer as well a lot. So yeah, we got inverters and stuff. So but basically you put that money in. There's payment plans to make sure that you equip your house this way. It's very difficult in an apartment, right? Because previously, so in our apartment, we couldn't, we weren't, because we are a sectional deed or whatever. It's like, it's not, we don't own the land, we own the apartment. We would need permission to get an inverter. But this was a few years ago, so about 4 years ago. So it wasn't as common, but now most people get these mobile inverters that basically you plug it into the wall. It's a battery, and then you use it. You are totally off grid with power and water. So that's what they're doing. It's a very American thing, guys. Trying to go off grid. They're being hicks out there. So yeah, so the alternatives. Okay, let's see if they talk about water, because water, yes, water's a pain in the ass. But the Lesotho is this Lesotho thing. Water is back. Hey, March, right? They opened the tunnel again.
I saw on the schedule we should be okay.
And when
We saw in the schedule we should be okay. Yes. So shake weights exactly. That listen, we can generate so much power, Zax. Get on that. There's a business opportunity. We got March there as a contact. You can do it. So, she said she checked the schedule, right? She checked the schedule, so that they're okay. That's you check this app, which South Africa is so funny. She calls about the schedule, right? So blackouts. Let's go schedule here. I just want to put you a schedule. Look out for Eskom. Push. So Eskom Push is an app that we use in South Africa to get the timetable for when your power's going off. So, and that is pretty freaking cool, because in Nigeria the power just goes off and that's the end of it. You don't get a schedule. It's just off. Yes, okay, that sometimes happens in South Africa where you go, oh, load shedding. Oh, what? Oh shit. We're not scheduled here. But then, check. South Africans are resilient people. We are streetwise, and we are very charitable to the needy people. We have a great sense of humor. Proudly South African. Here we go. Okay. So March and Angela are here representing the Saffers, SA hamsters. Okay. So anyway, Eskom Push, guys, is this is what I'm talking about in terms of as well, like that resilience that she's talking about and sense of humor that she's talking about there is Eskom Push. So it's an app that is a push. It gives you push notifications when load shedding is going to happen. So load shedding is just a word for blackouts, rolling blackouts, and you would get. But the thing is, it's a joke because we say sapus. So a very rude thing to say is your masapus. Sorry, but it is a thing that you say in South Africa. So it's like your mom's area. Okay, that's basically a word that we use. I'm sure we've spoken about it on Circle of Jerks or something. But instead of Eskom Sapus, they called it Eskom Push. So I explained the joke to you. Now you can laugh, right? So yes, Eskom Push. I think that's yes, sense of humor. But that's actually, I don't think she your mom's area, your mom's bits, okay? Her kitty. There you go, Waffle. Yes, her kitty. Okay, let's get back to the video, because Eskom Push is just me. That's why I've put this yellow. That's me bringing up. This is what she spoke about. So let's go. And let's put a little bit faster.
lights are out, do you treat it like a four-way?
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do.
This is the one striking you down.
Oh,
Oh, okay. So now she's talking about the police shaking you down. Okay. So they are on a journey to tell you how shit South Africa is. So let's see. What are they going to say about the police? Yes, the police aren't the greatest, but they're also dealing with a whole bunch of shit. So what's this?
Checking, and then I start talking, and then they want money, or they tell you they want iPhone.
Okay, so the police. Okay, so we've got blackouts. The police. So you're like, oh, there's police presence, guys. It's great, right? No, bribery. So she brings up the bribery, right? She's like, oh, they ask you for iPhone, they ask you for money. So iPhone. I don't know. I've never been asked for an iPhone, but they want money. Oopsie. iPhone, money. It's you could also be like a Coke. Like that's usually what you get, what a bribe would be. But they're supposedly defund the police. No, South Africans are also one of the things that I have a problem with. Why do you want an iPhone? Yes, Taco. No, but another thing with bribery, South Africans get upset about the bribery, but they take part in the bribery. So you can't have it both ways, honey, sweetie, baby, child. You can't pay yourself out of a yes, like a soda. Yes, waffle fry, a soda. That used to be a thing that you just do chips. It's a joke, whatever. You give them chips and a Coke, and they'll be fine. And it was a thing, yes. But I feel like if you're gonna go and take part in the bribery, then you can't complain about it. And I feel like these people, like anyone else in South Africa, would take part, because they're like, no, the police are gonna treat me unfairly anyway. So you know what? I'm fine. I can bribe the police. No, you don't get to be upset about bribery and then take part in it. Don't get both ways. That's a greedy cop asking for an iPhone. Could I just slide you a 20 and be on my way? Yeah, exactly. That's what it was supposed to be. But now it's like 200.
and are they armed?
Yes, the police are armed. Fuck yes. What? We're not in the UK. Yeah, we don't have police officers with sticks only. It's so police are innocent baby angels. Look, you know what? It's difficult for. Can you imagine trying to be a decent police officer in that? So, are they armed? Yes. Yes, we are armed. There are some funny stories of how well they are trained. Yeesh. I don't know if you want them to be armed, because they get their weapons stolen from them.
And I'm not afraid to exert excessive force. Everyone.
Yes, they use excessive force, but they use that against white people and black people. Yes, they do. There's excessive force because there's excessive crime, boy. What do you want? Do you want them to be like, sorry, may I touch you? No. You fucking take people down. The famous video of the security van driver. Yes! Exactly. Excessive force. Okay. The coworker had an assault rifle or something. Yeah, but that's cash in transit. So the security for cash in transit is quite high. I'm fired up. Yes, I'm fired up, and I want the criminals to go down, and I want the good cops to stand up and shine. Okay, so every month it gets incrementally worse. Okay, fuck's sakes.
Are they armed?
Yes. And I'm not afraid to exert excessive force. Every month it gets incrementally worse.
As soon as I arrived,
Okay, what do you mean it gets incrementally worse? What are you talking about? Every month it gets incrementally worse. Okay. What does? Tell us, ma'am. I'm here because Zach said I had to. Oh, well, I'm so sorry that you have to do what Zach says, but I'm very happy. Your check is in the mail. Thanks, Zach. I like Robocop, but for real, tough neighborhoods. Okay, so wait, what's this now? Why are we in Cape Town? Hold up.
I began an interview with
Dan Root. Afrikaan. I've never heard of Dan Root. So, okay. What it's like to be. So he's going to talk to Dan Root. Dan Root. So that's a typical Afrikaans surname, right? Ruud. Right. So, if we had to trace him back, eventually he would have Dutch ancestry. So, I suppose if you wanted somebody to go back to the land they came from, would be, first of all, would be generations and generations and generations, and they would lose the Dutch language, okay, because they spoke Afrikaans. But eventually the lineage goes back to Holland, I suppose, and that's where they should be going back to, apparently. One of my arguments is, fine, if you want white people to leave, then you're going to have to freaking negotiate with the other countries, because you don't get to just ethnically cleanse people. You don't get to just kick people out. That's not how this works. Sorry to disappoint. Well, I'm glad you're here. So you're here, you're staying. Lord Shadow, I'm waiting for Daisy's appearance myself. Daisy, let's check it out. Let's check where she is. She's at the top of her perch. She's not coming down for a while. Daisy! She just, what's her name? Wagged her tail at me. Just on a more macro view, the visit to Trump was to, one, realign, get investment, as this is the one way to generate jobs in both the informal and formal sectors. Yes, we know that, but Trump was confronting the South African government, saying, why should we do business with you if you're so backwards? She be chilling, all good, yeah. Or we can play with the Wheel of Time. No, we're not going to play with... Excuse me, we're not watching Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time's cancelled, yeah. No more shit. Okay, so tell us, Dan Root. Wat gaan on?
an Afrikaner author and commentator,
Afrikaner?
Dan Root.
We're here in South Africa. What's the
Look how beautiful the house is. Okay, so that's the thing. People, Rafe is unemployed here for now. Okay, so look. A poor South African watches this and is not going to feel sorry for you. Because you've got a whole ass house and you're chilling on your couch. Okay? They've got a shack. So it doesn't really make sense to them. I found out about the Wheel of Time. Yes, it was announced to me and I rejoiced. I'm still actually in so much. I'm really so happy.
truth?
I think the truth is that, you know, when you're talking about genocide, it's sort of, you want to define it in various ways. I think.
Oh my goodness, the cuts in this image, in this discussion. What happened?
Dan Root.
We're here in South Africa. What's
the truth? Okay. What's the truth? What do you mean? Okay.
the truth?
I think the truth is that, you know, when you're talking about genocide,
Okay, it's first of all, when you're talking about genocide, it's not helping us to use this word. When you're talking about genocide, so he uses the word genocide, which I don't think it's helpful, because you are, again, it's the same. This comparison happens between the strife that people are in, that people are enduring, right? And when you hear the word genocide, you think of freaking Rwanda, you think of the Holocaust. You do not think of families being picked off one after the other. Okay, so this word is just highly emotive, and it just gives people the fuel to say you're overstating it. So if you're going to try and call it genocide, it's way more difficult than just saying no. It's a special problem. It's an issue. Can we not just call it an issue? But of course, this whole that actually caused a lot. Calling it's genocide actually did it disservice. But then one of the arguments that you would come across with this genocide discussion, what you would come across is how many have to die for you to call it a genocide, and there's actually definitions that people have for a proportion that makes it a genocide. Yeah. Lord Shadow, World Time is no longer getting the Indiana Jones Spielberg treatment. One more thing for another day. Let's stop talking about the Rainbow Nation, which defines people based on color, and let's start talking about the diverse cultures that are in SA. Well, that the rainbow is supposed to be the rainbow cultures, not color. Yeah. So you could turn the Rainbow Nation into culture. And there is also the idea of Ubuntu, but remember, Ubuntu's gone. Eesh. Okay, sort of define it in various ways. Okay, I'm not understanding you, Dan. Maybe he needs to speak in Afrikaans.
I think the truth is that, when you're talking about genocide, it's sort of, you can define it in various ways, I think. And there was that American.
You can define it in various ways.
An expert, Gregory Stanton, who
okay,
compiled, the
10 stages of genocide. Okay, so Gregory Stanton. What's 10 stages of genocide? So I guess that's what works. If you start talking about the definition of genocide, then you work it around. Mass murder versus genocide, both are bad. Really? Yeah, exactly. That works. Mass murder, just a lot of. The thing is, mass murder as well. When you hear mass murder, it's like a lot of people killed at once. That's what people want. They want killing fields. But it's like, no, the thing is, there's horrific, violent crimes of a targeted group that happens. And this group, you have to come to grips with the fact that this that actually you're not supposed to have any sympathy for those people. You're not. There's no way that because no, these are the apartheid people. They created apartheid, so you know what, they fucking deserve it. That's where it comes from. That's an underlying thing that people don't want to talk about or admit. And some people do admit it, and then you're like, oh yeah, they will admit it on Twitter. I'm sure in I can go and look in my replies. There's a lot of shit. Step 3, calling sick from work. Okay, so look, let's see. Classification. The differences between people are not respected. There's a division of us and them, which can be carried out using stereotypes or excluding people who are perceived to be different. Okay, so that, the apartheid did that. So you see what they do is they go, apartheid did it. So with this reverse apartheid discussion, it's warranted. It's all warranted. And you know what? You haven't paid your dues. Okay. 2-stage symbolization. This is a visual manifestation of hatred. Jews in Nazi-occupied Europe were forced to wear the yellow star. No, they don't have that. In Cambodia, the whatever forced people from Eastern Zone to wear blue scarves. From 1992 in northwestern Bosnia, all non-Siberian citizens were forced to wear white armbands. Well, hello, in apartheid, the black people, anyone who was non-white, had to have a pass, a pass, and their what's the name? Their movements were restricted. So that's something that is in our history. It's in our psyche, our collective psyche. So that's not happening. The symbolization, I guess it's what if you wear khaki pants, you're an Afrikaner. The discrimination. The dominant group denies civil rights or even citizenship to identified groups. Okay, that's not happening. The 1935 Nuremberg laws stripped Jews of their German citizenship, made it illegal for them to do many jobs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the point is, the BEE laws, the Black Economic Empowerment, what do you call them? Affirmative action sort of laws. Those are the things that that people refer to when they're looking at the discrimination part. Dehumanization, those perceived as different are treated with no form of human rights or personal dignity. During the genocide in Rwanda, Tutsis were referred to as cockroaches. The Nazi, that's exactly it. That is that kind of thing. Steal your brother's TV, then be dead. Sorry, I'm just thinking of a Zax thing. So the dehumanization. Look, the people that are killing the Afrikaners, or the Afrikaans farmers, you can see the dehumanization in the violence with which they attack. Organizations, genocides are always planned regimes of hatred, often. So that's another thing that's difficult to prove. How are you proving that it's organized? How do you prove that it's a whole group of people? Or if it's just there's just lots of people that hate Afrikaners, and that's just how it happens. It's a democratically orchestrated killing of Afrikaners. So I don't know about this organization. It would be interesting to figure out, is there organization? So I actually want to. That's this. Who called it genocide? This. I want to put this guy's 10 stages of genocide. Stanton's. Okay. Let's see. Polarization, propaganda begins to be spread by hate groups. The Nazis. Well, I mean, hello. We've got the kill, the boer, the farmer. Perpetrators plan the genocide. Okay, preparation. Okay, so this all over here is that's not happening. So we've got a few characteristics. Last quarter, 6 farm incidents, 2 black farm owners, 2 black employees, 1 black manager, 1 white dweller. May 23rd report. Yeah, farmers. So now it's not just white people. Is that what you're saying? It's people that own land, people that work land. So let's see.
In stages.
So also, since the stink has been raised, the farm murders have gone down. So since there's been an outcry, there's been fewer farm murders.
Is a genocide, and it starts off with, say, hostility, and then it moves on to organization. I can't remember exactly each stage, but I mean, we are sort of at the stage now where there's a lot of hostility, say, from this political party, this extremist political party called the EFF, the Economic.
Okay, so we're talking about the EFF as if it's like it's the main guy. Okay. No, it is. It's an antagonistic party, I suppose. It is. The EFF is causing hostility. Okay. You can't deny there's hostility. There's hostile relations.
Economic freedom fighters. That's an out-and-out kind of Marxist revolutionary party headed by.
Yeah, or openly Marxist revolutionary. Very happy. I'm back live. A heart attack. You back like a heart attack? Miss Sparkle's son has entered the battle. Is that? Are you Mr. Sparkles? I suppose that would make you Mr. Sparkles. Okay, so headed by a man called Julius Malema. So we've got EFF is causing hostility. There is hostility, but there's hostility towards government itself anyway. There's hostility towards the ANC. So let's see.
A man called Julius Malema who goes around, singing the song "Kill a Boo, Kill
the Farmer." He sang it again this weekend. It is her son. How did you allow him on the internet? It's so evil on the internet. I'm also of mechanical origins at the same time. Okay. Biology be damned. Nicely done, Deadeye. What Deadeye Gaming, what do you play? So what's not acceptable is Malema factor. Yet he asks us literally where he can get the best Italian shoes. That's exactly what I said earlier. He wants us to get the best shoes for him. That's why the Italians kind of get a bit of a pass, because they have a usefulness to Malema. Game. He plays game. Okay, so kill the farmer to the large crowd. So is it true this weekend? I don't play games. So you Deadeye Gaming, but you don't play games. Oh, you make games. Oh, cool. Okay, so the what's it? This apparently this weekend we'll have a look. But apparently this weekend, Malema went and sang the song again, just for fun, boys. He just did it again because he wants that notoriety. He wants that attention. South African farm murders, 80 to 100%, 80 to 100 a year, 2000, 2007. So 80 a year in 2015, 50, and then 32. So it's gone down totally. But it's gone down in terms of the period. Oh wait, in 7 years, another 7 years. Yeah, that's all 7-year periods, right? No, yes. So they've gone down. Maybe it's because they've run out of farmers. Sorry, but okay. Yeah.
Farmer to these large crowds. So that's very concerning.
So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man.
Like that sort of thing. The thing is, like, this, people are like, this is old, because it's an old clip. It's like, I don't know, it's like 20 something. I don't know. I don't even think I was in university, I think. But the thing is, the fact that he says this and people don't go, yes, you're an absolute puss. Like, people in our parliament are not yelling at you and saying that's like, I need to condemn that. That is the big dynamic that we spoke about yesterday on Zach's stream, was like that the main party. So yes, EFF is not a main party. It's supposedly fringe or whatever. But the fact that you don't get people calling it out, there's nobody that's like, hey, wow, that's really bad to want to kill white people. Like, they're like, I don't, it's just a struggle song, and and apartheid was bad. So there's not enough pushback. There was definitely not enough pushback from the South African government, and not enough outrage from the South African government. And that is what Trump was trying to do by confronting him with these videos. It's like, no, on the world stage now. You don't get to do your South African thing. You don't get to go, oh, well, yeah, in my South African context, it's fine, You don't get to do that. You have to, in front of the liberal world leader, you have to now explain to him how this works. And you have to be proud of it. You have to be okay with it. Because you are not condemning it in your own fashion. You aren't condemning it in your own country. Why would we do business with you? Why do we give a shit? So, violent language. I do not approve of this message. Okay, that's good. Neither do I.
We require no permission. Revolution demands that at some point there must be killing. Kill the poor, the farmer.
Okay, one of the best things about yesterday is you know what, the dancing of the EFF it's not that good. You're right.
Shoot to kill. Come on, sir. Kill the poor, the farmer.
So quantitatively, okay, millions of people have not been killed in South Africa, at least not yet, but qualitatively.
At least not yet. He said millions of people are not. He's not yet. That was one of my favorite Malema lines. Is we're not killing for we're not calling for the killing of white people. At least not for now. Like, he got away with that. He's still there.
Quantitatively, okay, millions of people have not been killed in South Africa, at least not yet, but qualitatively, we've had such extreme violence and torture and during these farm attacks, but in South Africa, it's moved completely to the left,
Okay, so this is, I'm not enjoying the amount of cuts in this video. It's just like, he has some good lines.
So if you say we want equality for white people, that's considered a far-right statement.
Yes, it's white supremacy. We got that.
So the Overton window is completely to the cover. If you say kill a bird, kill a farmer,
That's in the middle.
That's kind of that's acceptable kind of thing.
It's no big deal. What is this video we're watching? We're watching Angela Rose. She investigated the South Africa chaos. So she's an American who went to South Africa and spoke to some Afrikaners. And what I'm doing is trying to just figure out how she, what seems to, what message is she trying to get across, and what is she exaggerating, what isn't she exaggerating. So obviously the whole idea of genocide is being discussed here.
According to Overton's principles, it's sort of mainstream. It's mainstream.
Okay, so I think we could put here what's the truth. So it's genocide, whatever, but kill the farm, kill the boer is mainstream. Yeah. I think I would say acceptable. He mentions the Overton window. So it is within the Overton window. That is for real. Hey, Tarnished Gamer, that is for real what's happening in terms of that. Like, you're supposed to be able to sing that and say that. It's acceptable in public to say these things. And if I go on my Twitter right now, if I go into my replies, I know Twitter's not real life, but these are opinions that people will say it out loud in public as well. They actually they will say, get over it, your what's it, your race did this to us, blah blah blah. So let's see, I'm scrolling down on my Twitter feed here for a sec. Oh god, it's taking forever to load. I don't know why people were looking at something that I posted in 2018. Okay. Go down. Gosh, Twitter does not give a fuck about quality. Okay. Debate diagram, blah blah. Let's see. Nope. Coriander. Let's go to my actual post. Sorry, I'll share with where I'm looking at least so you guys understand. Replies. Yeah, because I was replying on things. Look how inflated the Twitter stuff is. Hello, if you're watching on Twitter, please say hi in the chat to tell me you're real, because they inflate the Twitter numbers for real. Where are we at? Oh, for fuck's sake, with this. Okay, so there's also, by the way, there's his shoes. Malema's shoes. But I'm just trying to look for the replies. Okay, wow, actually I spent a lot of time not talking about South Africa. I'm very happy. And Elden Ring. Yeah. Shit, I speak a lot of shit, guys. There's Daisy. Kitty cats. Oh, fuck this, honestly. Yeah, South Africa always making the news. Okay, this. Yeah, this needs to be bookmarked. There you go. That we'll look at later. So this what I said here is, because this was the comment somebody said. Somebody said, someone I follow goes, South Africa should have punished Malema a long time ago. So Malema, for what he was doing, what he was saying, because it's been a long time. This is not a new thing Malema does. They allowed him to consistently spew his hate speech without consequence. Had they done so, then they would have some moral standing. But they ignored it, and now they are humiliated and exposed on the world stage. So that's one way of viewing this, right? That it's that they were humiliated. But in South Africa, they did not think that they were humiliated. They were cool. They thought it was fun. So so what I said is just, are they ashamed? I don't see embarrassment. It's more like, come on, everyone, you're overreacting. Stop being so sensitive. So that was just my feeling. But now look at the replies. Okay, so this Orion said back, they have no shame, but they did squirm as they were shown up. regardless of whether they are personally ashamed, they have nonetheless been shamed on the world stage. I'm in agreement with that. The indifference they show now only further diminishes the way the world perceives them, and I think that that's true. Considering what you guys in the chat were like the Americans, and considering what we spoke about yesterday with Zax and all of that, the way the Canadians viewing it, like the Western world's like, ew, you're gross, bro. But yeah, we've got Google Letu. Thank you, Google Letu Klope. You're being sensitive over a struggle song. You act like people are slaughtering you, like white people massacred black people in Sharpeville. You still can't prove genocide, just a stupid song that hurts your feelings. Grow up. So you see, that is a sentiment. Okay, so I'm white and I'm saying a thing, so there you go. Yes, stop being sensitive because it never incited violence. I would understand if it did, but it hasn't. So apparently it hasn't. Okay. Malema's ilk aren't embarrassed because he isn't dignified or intelligent enough to feel shame. I'm in agreement. But there's certainly a great deal of embarrassment over this, as there should be. I think a lot of South Africans were embarrassed, but they were also... Malema is a big mouth, yet he lives in luxury and wears Italian shoes and wears Rolex on his wrist while our people are drowning in poverty. So what's your thoughts? He's a typical politician, a typical Marxist. Ashamed of a struggle song that was influenced by the actions of your race. So do you see what I mean by the vibe that happens in terms of what you get back when you question this? What you get back when you say kill the Boer is a problem. You're not allowed to have a problem with this because apartheid was so egregious. You just can't. So my question would come to, and when I had these discussions with people, I'd be like, fine. So are you saying kill us all? Is that what you're saying? What would you suggest? What would you like for us to do to make things right? Because one of my things with critical race theory is there is nothing that can actually truly make for repentance for the past. There is nothing that actually could happen, right? Nothing ever. There's no actual point in time where somebody goes, okay, you've paid back enough reparations, we can be friends now. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing. The depth of the pain does not go away. It actually comes down to the individuals at the end of the day that actually have to forgive. Unfortunately, it's that or slaughter us all. And there's a lot of people that are okay with slaughtering, and they will say so, and they'll champion it, and they won't feel bad for saying it. Okay, you and Spoon should talk about this. Spoon will probably have... I'm going to watch Spoon's video straight after this. Don't take that it's to logical conclusion on YouTube. Okay, I won't. Oopsie. It's gone. Its ad suitability is down the drain for this one. It's going to be... I'm going to mark it as controversial issue. Okay? So let's get back to this. Political party... a government can say it in parliament, yeah?
Like stadiums of thousands of people.
Exactly. The highest court in the land, the Constitutional Court, has stated that is just freedom of speech.
So that's freedom of speech, yes. And that's a thing that you're supposed to have in South Africa because our constitution's pretty cool, supposedly. But then there's other cases where that ugly word that I hate so much, the K word, that got people put in jail. So you singing this song that literally calls for violence, but no, it's freedom of speech. So this other person who was swearing, basically swearing, you know how I feel about the word, but they were just swearing. They went to jail.
But if you use some sort of a racial epithet, they would send you to prison for 3 years.
In this...
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what you're talking about. Malema thinks he's untouchable or untouched. Yeah. Straight to jail. Yeah.
Video, we had many insightful conversations. Some were very descriptive and long, so you can get the extended version by going to my Patreon. The link is...
That's why there's so many cuts, because she's like, you can get the paid version. Nicely done. The K word that Dildo loves, yeah. I think I've modded it out, so just don't do it. The yogurt, actually. Yeah, no, Balema is he is rather untouchable, I suppose. He's got leaders. He's got followers.
Is in the description. Thank you so much to these Patreons for your support. Now let's get on with the video.
Okay. Proclamation Hill. Okay, so this is this is further from where I was. This Pretoria.
The next morning, we headed out to the Voortrekker Monument, located.
The Voortrekker Monument, boys. Is bird the word? I don't know what you mean. Voortrekker Monument. Oh, you see, you can't have pride in this history. So people think, you know, that have you seen those memes where it's like white people have no culture. This is their culture there, and yeah, I guess that what comes with that is conquest. Is she a grifter? No, she's not a grifter. She's just making money. Okay. If I had that many subscribers, you bitches would have to pay for my swearing. No, you'll always hear me laugh. His freedom of speech he needs to be taken to account. Yes, but that's it. Taken to account. Doesn't need to be taken anything else but into account. He needs to be shouted at by the president.
In Pretoria, South Africa. We are here at a monument that
look how cute she is, the way she's dressed.
Represents the Blood River. After they
Oh my goodness, I want that jumpsuit. It's really nice. Okay.
signed an agreement on the land. The Zulus told them that they were going to have a celebration, and during that celebration, they killed all of them, all of these women's husbands.
Okay, so now this is going into Afrikaans history, I suppose. So let's go Voortrekker Monument, which Spoon would probably be able to tell you a lot more about it than I could. We didn't go too much into the Voortrekker history because the most important history for us to learn in South Africa was apartheid. That was the most important thing. Not that I can remember all of the things that I'm supposed to remember, like certain dates and the progression, everything happened, but things like having a dompas at school, like doing an exercise where you have a dompas to explain to you how black people were persecuted, that sort of thing was more on the agenda, and I understand that. But I don't know what's the more in-depth history courses went into. So Voortrekker Monument, and like I only did 2 years of history. Like we did basic history. Only 2 Afrikaans I know. I'm not Afrikaans. Who's Afrikaans? They are decent people to know. Some of them. Others are assholes. Apartheid is an old wooden ship. Yes. Okay. Voortrekker Monument, slaughter. There's so much violence in all of history. So, like, trying to claim one race only does violence is stupid. Okay, slaughter of Afrikaners, I suppose. She uses the word slaughter. Let's see. Obviously, I've sped up the thing so her music sounds funny.
It tells the story of a Voortrekker who negotiated a land treaty with the Zulu king. However,
I actually haven't been to the Voortrekker Monument. I think maybe I went in with school. I'm not sure. I don't think I actually have been like in conscious living thing. I think maybe I went when I was in like grade school. This makes no sense to me. I picture everyone in SA endlessly jamming out to Die Antwoord. No. Hey, you have Sabaringer, good to see you. Another South African here. Please chime in when I am wrong. One of the things that if you've seen this video, I investigated the South Africa chaos. One of the things that they're trying to do is like, oh, you don't go out at night and things like that. People go out at night. You know, they are worried that they're gonna get hijacked or whatever, but that doesn't mean everybody just stays at home at night. Anyway, so she's going into the Voortrekker history.
However, he then betrayed them and killed 100 of the Voortrekkers. We were also
100 Voortrekkers killed. Okay, so the Voortrekkers, the basically like it's their versions of the pioneer. They came.
told that this story was so horrific that they had to tone down the images to be more PG. To me, this
Okay. Okay, whoa. Going into this, talking about this. Okay, you gotta be sure. What are we doing with this? Are we just saying there is a lot of history? There is a lot of violence in history, and this is what we got to understand. There's no, this means that we can blame black people for everything. Like that doesn't jive. I hope she goes into apartheid if she's going to be talking about this. Like she's gone into history. Fine, cool. So what I want to know is, okay, establishing violence is part of history? Question mark. Like, is that what you're doing, or are you trying to go, look, black people also did things to white people? Like, look at how these whites have been treated. Yeah, that's what I'm scared of. The at night thing needs an asterisk. We go out at night, but in the same way Americans do, we drive everywhere, so terrain doesn't matter. Everywhere else in the world I've been, people walk at night. That just doesn't happen here. Yeah, you don't walk. No, you don't walk.
This really sounds like it was a story of betrayal.
Okay, but focusing on this, I don't know. In this video, I suppose you want context. I don't know what you international people are thinking. What do you guys think about her bringing this Voortrekker monument thing in? It just teaches you a little bit of how long Afrikaners have been there. Maybe that's what it also helps you think of. But you can see how, like say Waffle Fry says, look how these whites have been treated. So it could be construed in that manner. Part of history, context matters. Context does matter, but also can be construed as hey, look, we suffered too. Okay,
the architecture is very beautiful. This is incredible. There's this huge circle here. That is the ceiling from down below. It's just crazy that it's open like this. It's kind of scary. It's very impactful.
Very pretty. Makes me sad that I actually haven't gone to it. Probably, I don't remember that. I don't think I went to the Constitutional Court. we were in there.
Full.
Why she gotta be so cute though?
So we just finished.
Look at her.
Up here, and I just wanted to say that I personally find it pretty tragic that they tried to make it work. They tried
to make it work, and it was the Zulus' fault. Listen, the Zulus have their own bloody history. That's, I guess, just say Zulus, the Zulus. And the thing is, there's a lot more tribes than just Zulu people. Okay, I'm joining halfway through. Maybe she is establishing why apartheid happened. No idea. No. Well, she should. Let's see how she does that. It'll be quite an interesting thing.
Try to live together, and it just ended in a literal bloodbath.
Okay, so then we went into apartheid. We went straight from that into apartheid, eh? No, it was just being racist against each other. It was all about the wagons, boys.
One thing that they've been telling me is that complacency kills. And
okay, complacency kills. So now, I guess if we're not talking about this, let's go over here. It's part of her Voortrekker. We're kind of video essay. We're diagramming her video essay here. So, which we've done before on the channel. Not her essay, but video essays, right? One of the things she's saying is complacency. Complacency kills. Okay, so talking about it, I guess, would work for me. But I don't know what you mean. Like, what is not being complacent? What is action then? Does it mean we fight back? What does it mean?
if someone is beginning to rob you and you're just like,
I love this. It's just showing you, guys, if you want super numbers, personalized call numbers, whatever, go there. Auto spares. Beautiful B-roll.
okay, here, take all my stuff, and you just allow it to happen, then it's just going to
There's somebody walking. He's walking back from school. Maybe that was in like Edenvale.
escalate. Someone is beginning to rob you and you're just like, okay, here, take all my
kid. He's walking. It's during the day though. And yeah, it's short distances from certain place to certain place.
stuff, and you just allow it to happen, then it's just going to escalate further.
So it's going to escalate further. Allow things to happen. I guess that is the main argument that people bring where they're like, fine, it's not a genocide yet, but when do you want us to not, must we only complain when a certain amount of people are dead? Like when are we allowed to complain? Oh my God, come on.
Group is I believe that this monument. And what I believe that this monument really shows and really proves is that no group is 100% innocent. White people.
Okay, no group is 100% innocent. So she even has said that's what it shows her. That's what she's decided with this segment to do.
People can be marginalized, persecuted, as well as killed in the masses. It is just so sad that there's this huge narrative that we're not allowed to talk about white people being persecuted. This is not a conspiracy theory like the media tries to make us think. This is a fact. I find the way that
Okay. Hold up, though. The thing is, when you say this isn't a conspiracy theory or whatever, when you say that, right alongside you talking about the foot trackers, it's as if you're saying, you see? you're connecting it directly. You're making a bit of a direct connection, which I don't think is fair. There's a lot more between then and now. Okay, so yes, I understand there's no group is 100% innocent, but placing it next to the foot trackers is like, I'm not a fan of it. I can see what you're doing there. I can see how it would make people feel. So no group is 100% innocent. Definitely understand that. And then we can't talk about, basically she's saying we can't talk about white people being persecuted. Okay, but we can't talk about them being persecuted now. But you can talk about this foot tracker stuff. Nobody gives a shit. How is she connecting this in? Yeah, I don't think she is exactly doing it. She's connecting it spatially. That's what I mean. She's putting it she's mentioning it next to each other, as if they're the same thing. So she has plausible deniability. She's not saying this is exactly the same thing. It's just giving us context. Why hasn't she gone over any current examples then? Nothing concrete has really been said here, beside the Kill the Boo song. Yeah, exactly. I feel like Khoisan are pretty much innocent, didn't start any shit, and we're welcoming to the newcomers. So the Khoisan were the only ones. Yeah, okay. Now, I'm gonna put this, yes. Can I quote you, Saber Ringu? Khoisan were fine, man. They were just out there, sharpening sticks and stuff. They were just busy, like we walk around all the time anyway, so it's fine. Khoisan were pretty much okay. Didn't cause cuck. Basically, they didn't cause shit. Didn't start any shit and were welcoming to the newcomers. Lol. Okay, let's see. Is she going to? Yeah, she did an investigation. I guess I can be okay with her giving us context, but let's see.
This monument is built is very spectacular. It almost looks like it's somewhat in a pyramid shape, and it also has a feel like a church. It's also very sad. Also, I'm really getting this impression that it's really killing and affecting the people's morale here, the Boers, the white Afrikaners, because even if they get a college degree, it's not going to count. They don't have job opportunities.
Okay, so she's brought it to what the Afrikaans. Nobody has job opportunities though. Nobody does. Everybody. That is a thing. You can't now make it only about white people. That's you know what? That's what's so shitty about South Africa, is that everything is so shit. We can't even isolate a certain piece of shit. Like, it's difficult. Okay, so she goes from foot tracker monument to okay, cool. So I guess it's just an extra intro where she's basically like, oh, by the way, it's a bad morale. It brings them morale. It's like a church. Okay, so their culture. I think it's important to say, yes, Afrikaners, in that it's very important, their heritage, right? But then the morale is low for Afrikaners, because she goes, oh, don't have job opportunities. Don't like even if they get a degree. It's kind of difficult to focus on that. It's just like everyone. My immediate response is you're not the only one struggling. When you have 40% unemployment, yeah. And yes, your education is kind of shit as well. So even if you do get a degree, it's probably not going to mean much.
Is because of how far the DEI movement has gone. Plus, even if they do have a job, they're going to be paying taxes that the black people are not paying. And so
that the black people are not paying. So black people sorry guys, black people don't pay taxes. No, not enough black people are employed. Okay? It's just the black people don't pay taxes, guys. That's this thing. Okay, wow. Okay. The white people, look, yes, the tax burden does mainly go to white people, but that's because they're the most employed.
Plus, even if they do have a job, they're going to be paying taxes that the black people are not paying.
Paying taxes that the black people are not paying. Okay, so white people pay taxes the black people aren't paying. Bro, you don't get you don't get a special bracket of tax because you're white. Like if you were taxed more because you're white, then that would be a problem. That's yeah. It's just that people don't. We're in tax brackets according to what we earn, and yeah, there's a lot that are in the informal settlement that you're not declaring your income because you don't really have much. You don't declare it, so there's a lot of economics, I suppose, that goes undeclared, and you don't end up paying taxes that way. But if you are a black person and you are employed, you are paying the same taxes that your coworker is. You're paying the same percentage. That's not how that works. You don't. Wow, this really makes it sound like it sounds as if there's some tax bracket only for white people. Like, no. If you're a rich black person, you're also pissed off at taxes, boy. Yes, see. SA's doing better than Somalia, to be fair, okay? I hope so. It isn't like the lowest bar out there, okay? She's kind of talking like it's the monument's fault. Yeah, it's very weird. She makes it sound like a two-tiered taxation system. Yeah, no, it's the wealth disparity is part of the problem there. The wealth disparity is, yes, the people that pay taxes, they pay out their arse, don't worry. And again, what does the government do with the taxes? Not what it should, but it gets its taxes, don't worry. And it gets VAT, value added tax. So there's that. It's not just income tax that they have going on. So okay, the black people are not paying. That is fucking outlandish. Okay, please, citation needed. Sorry, no question mark, because she didn't say question mark. Citation needed. I mean, maybe you could twist some of the race-based laws, the BEE laws, and say that you have to pay a certain amount of tax if you don't have a certain amount of black people in your company. I guess that's where you can make that claim, but it's quite disingenuous to say the black people aren't paying those taxes. It would behoove you to point to the one law that says, okay, you have to pay this penalty because you are not 50% black owned. That's part of one of the problems. I think that's why obviously why Elon Musk was interested in it. It's because Starlink could not come to South Africa because it would need to be majority black owned. It didn't have enough white people. So that's part of it. Yeah, and the best part is that nothing gets done with it except advanced klepto tech. Exactly. Bro, 40% of my income goes to tax. Yeah, it does. I don't... In South Africa, 60% of taxes fund social welfare grants, free services like healthcare, education. Yeah, because they're so stellar. 30% go to salaries and debt servicing, leaving 10% for infrastructure and public services. Yeah. And even that doesn't go where it's supposed to go. Okay? It goes to Malema's shoes. And it goes to blue light brigades. Look that up.
And so they're just really, in a sense, getting eaten alive. And sounds like a lot of them feel like there is not a lot of hope. And
okay, I think, yeah, some people will think, I think some white people will feel like there's not a lot of hope, but Afrikaners are not going anywhere, boy. Like, I don't think you can actually, yes, there's been people that are interested, but the real Buddha, I don't think will want to move. They will have to be chased out. They'll die on their farms.
And a big part of that is because of how this narrative is just being completely shut down, and you're not allowed to talk about it or else it's treason.
So you're 26 too? I'm 25.
25.
Yes.
What's your name?
She's working at the shop. Okay, so here's an interview. Okay, interview, I suppose. So here's an Afrikaans girl. You can hear she's got an Afrikaans accent. Interview with shopkeeper, I suppose. Is she a shopkeeper? Okay, let's see. Let's go. Yeah, interview. You can't build more than 23 houses a year. Yeah. Or build a school in 30 years.
Alzon.
Alzon. Not like that. Like this. I'll show you. Interview with Alzon. I'd probably not spelled it right.
Yes.
And so,
I like those little shorts.
so you're saying that this place doesn't receive government funding.
Zero government funding. The thing is,
Zero government funding for the Voortrekker Monument. Okay. For Voortrekker store. Okay.
tourism is a big part of the economy, and this place is, well, it's a huge part of the economy for not just Pretoria, but I mean, tourism is a big thing in South.
Okay, yes, that is our what we try and really focus on, tourism. And then you have the shenanigans that we had last week, so it's not very good for tourism, is it? Tourism is important. Yes, it is, but okay, where are you going with this, lady?
South Africa. We should think that maybe the government would have interest in giving funds because of the economical impact that it has, a positive economical impact that it has, and it's also history. It's the monument is one of the big monuments.
Why are we focusing on the monument though? Is Kitty a traditional SA name? Didn't think so. Exposed.
In the world, so people come to South Africa, they come to Pretoria to see the monument. Is one of the big things they want to see. So
they go and see the big five. That's what you go to South Africa for. You don't really go to the monuments for South Africans. I mean, I would like for international tourists to be interested in that, but I think most of the time they don't come to the city. They want to go to the nature. That's our biggest export. Claire.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
It's very pretty.
Yes, I also think so. Thank you.
And the view too is spectacular. And it sounds like there's a clash in the narrative. That would be my reason as like why they might not be giving it funding, because it doesn't fit a narrative that would make them look in a very good light based on their history.
The history, yes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stories going around that we wrote the history. So we wrote it in a way that we wanted people to interpret it. They don't like the history, actually. So
okay, so going after this, we're still talking about the monument, actually. So this is kind of actually should be here. It is under the Voortrekker monument stuff. Still talking about it, and yes, safari. That's what people are going for. And it really is incredible. It really is something that I'm so happy that I got to experience. And it's one of the most exciting things to do, whether you live in South Africa or not. Oh god, I freaking love a safari, man. Went on safari for my honeymoon. Okay, so interview with Elzan. We've got the tourism is important now. Something about the historical narrative of the Voortrekkers. Look, what I will say is the perception is you don't really care. Do you play the vuvuzela? No, I don't. When I try and play vuvuzela, it goes. That's what it sounds like. So, what is the narrative being pushed by the government? I think what she's trying to say here is this narrative that's not really a narrative being pushed by the government. It's more like there is vibes around the history that you're not supposed to give a shit about bad things happening to Afrikaans people, and I think that's the message she's trying to get through here. But I'm waiting for her to talk about apartheid, because that's the main thing that people can hold up against an Afrikaner.
So they don't want to fund the truth, if I can say that. It's a harsh way to say it, but it is what it is.
Sounds very conspiratorial. So it's like they don't want to fund the truth. So funding the they don't want to fund the truth. Nobody's lying about the Voortrekker monument, though. Like, I'm not sure about this, but the fact is she wants government inputs for tourism. Okay.
To me, it sounds like there's a lot of similarities from what happened, and this was the 1800s, right?
Yes.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Of course, for her, she can do it. She's a foreigner. Of course, she's gonna try and look for similarities, right? She's gonna say what she's gonna do is there's similarities between. Let's see how she words this.
Present day.
Yes. So.
Oh my god. What's happened? What happened to Voortrekkers versus what's happening now? No, you're not helping us. Okay, because it was black and white and black. Okay, so now because it was race based before.
And because it was black and white back then, there's this whole narrative about the whites taking the blacks' land.
You can see she speaks a bit softer because this is like she's like, oh shit. You know, we don't talk about this in polite company.
And the history here actually proves that narrative wrong, because
you see how she's speaking softly. You guys noticing that?
we traded for the land. If you read the
No, but you stole the land. Okay, so it's about to be traded for the land. So we didn't steal it. So it's like, so now it's kind of like she's giving her this conspiracy that that the government is trying to hide this truth. The government doesn't want to, yeah, I don't know, perpetuating. No, not here. Kind of like the government is trying to silence this historical narrative because I don't know what you still got apartheid though, so like I can understand you saying, yeah, but we traded for the land over here. But it's like, yeah, but the thing that people got upset about was literal apartheid.
Manifest, then clearly it was actually the opposite way around. And I mean, we don't dwell on the past. I mean,
No, we don't dwell on the past, except now I want everyone to dwell on this piece of the history.
we don't dwell on it, and we don't say, okay, but someone has to pay for what happened.
Yeah, we can't do that because it's too far back. Wait, didn't the statue depict a trade for land there that ended in betrayal? I don't know why South Africa, why white people went to South Africa. For the land. For the land, for the trade routes, to settle it. They were settlers. So, and that's what the voortrekkers are. They went ahead. They went, the forebearers, the four travelers. But yeah, she's now saying that we don't dwell on the past. Okay, apparently we don't. We don't dwell on the past, and that is true in terms of it's the thing is there are I suppose there are Afrikaners that will dwell on the past, and there are black people that will dwell on the past. I suppose they don't. Afrikaners don't demand someone pay for they bought it and then they got killed. Yeah, well, 100 of them got killed. So don't demand someone pay for the past. Okay, apparently they don't. But okay, so I think that this is just going to be brought up as what happens next to in comparison. In comparison, black people want the white people's blood. Apparently, this is how she's going to be framing it.
And then we just moved on. We moved on. We went. We build. We grow. Well, we try.
This is difficult. The saying "we moved on, we built, we grow," that is very difficult. It's the same sort of thing as you will hear someone say with critical race theory. It's like, "Oh, you got over it, Mr. White man. You got over it," but black people are generations behind. That's a problem. And I'm talking about apartheid. I'm not talking about voortrekkers, all of them. Like literally government mandated discrimination.
But we're still growing. But there's a lot of initiatives nowadays that is also for Afrikaans speaking people, and
also Afrikaans speaking people is not just white people. They're not the only people that speak Afrikaans. There's a lot of people that speak Afrikaans in South Africa.
Keep on building, even though they want to break it down.
You're saying that the Afrikaners aren't saying, well, we want justice for what happened, but they are.
Yes.
People.
Why are we talking about the fucking voortrekkers, guys? I'm still not understanding. It's like she picked this to make a certain story. That haha, you see, they don't want revenge, so they're better. Like this is not the story that we need to focus on.
Yes, well, there's land reform. They want to have land reform without compensation now. That's what they want now. I'm not sure about the specifics and.
Guys, just so you know, okay, Okay, I hadn't seen this video before. And if I had watched it all the way through, I don't think we would have actually diagrammed it. It's just been on my feed a lot. And it's gotten around. So I guess this is what people are hearing. This is what they're hearing about South Africa. And I guess it is important to watch this. But I actually am like, okay, maybe tomorrow what we do is we watch the Killing Fields or whatever it's called, where we actually look into the farm murder stuff, because this over here is it's giving, oh, here's a bit of the topic, let's talk a little bit about it, and let's frame the issue a certain way, and it's not spot on. That's all I say. It's not spot on. My twin is in the video on the right there. Yeah, she's basically the same height as me.
The laws and so, but yeah, so they say that we stole the land and they want the land.
We stole the land. You see how she goes very quietly. We stole the land. But that is the usual thing that is being spoken about. We don't dwell on the past, but yes, it is very much we stole the land. Afrikaners. That is a usual narrative. Is that white people stole this land? The whole of Africa was fine and dandy before white people came. You know the story. Americans know the story.
And back, but we don't want that. Like, we don't care what happened in the past. We just say, okay, well, everyone's living here now. Everyone, we came here, we settled. People from a lot of countries came and settled here.
Yeah. So this is the main issue that I guess we have to understand here. When do we stop? Let's try and get to our logical conclusion. When do we stop? When do we say, okay, you go back where you came from? If anyone ever does this, you go back where you came from. And I understand the importing of the third world is happening, and it's a problem for a lot of the Western countries. But I'm saying, if we go into history and we say, everybody go back where they're supposed to go. You know, everyone's going to go to Africa. I suppose. What are we supposed to do? Oh, you're being absurd. Okay? You're being absurd. We have to figure out how to do it. Oh, we live together. Okay, cool. Let's move forward. So yes, we don't dwell on the past is something that we should continue. We should try and foster. We all come from Africa. Yeah, exactly. So all of us just listen. We're all just returning to the homeland, because a cradle of humankind is in South Africa. It's in Johannesburg. So, well, it's in Gauteng. So everybody return to Johannesburg, and we're all good. If it's wrong, it's important to fill in the blanks. Yes, I suppose that's true. What I want to do with this, but it's very emotional thing that she's putting together. Afrikaners stole the land. We all live here now. I think that is true. Unfortunately, we all live here now, and you can't fucking kill. We're not the olden days, okay? You don't just run around and fucking kill everybody. That's not how we do it. I don't know when we decided this, but I'm glad we did. So we're trying to deal with things diplomatically. I thought it was Ethiopia that was the cradle of humanity. No, literally go and research cradle of humankind. That's a place I've actually been as well.
And the land originally was actually, the Bushmen were actually.
The Bushmen, which, yeah, they're called Bushmans Khoisan. You can have all the American blacks that act like trash humans and use race as an excuse for their behavior. Sadly, you would also get most of all Chicago. You know what's interesting is that I think a lot of African Americans would be quite shocked with Africa. They would not be satisfied with Africa.
Or the Khoisan, they were actually the original tribes that lived in South Africa, and there's very few of them, and
there's very few of them. Why? So people will just go, you killed them.
Also, they don't have a foot to stand on now.
So the whole conversation of like who was first is a little bit irrelevant.
Yes, it is. The whole conversation of who was first is irrelevant. It can't be relevant now. But people are trying to, all of these conflicts in the world over who should be where is, it's very much who was fear first. Who the fuck says African Americans? I said it just to talk about that they call themselves African Americans, but they then would not be able to, they would not be happy about Africa itself. So they want the word African, but they don't want to go to Africa.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't.
We don't think it actually matters.
Yeah.
We think what matters is now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can buy your property and you can do whatever you want with it. So
They say that South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world. What is it like as a white South African?
Okay. First of all, yes, one of the most unequal. And you will see that if you go and travel to South Africa, it's one of the things that you will be exposed to. If you go into South Africa, you see riches beyond your imagination and poverty like you cannot believe. So it's like it's not India, okay, but it's pretty bad. You have the affluent neighborhoods, and you would think you're in the first world, just with a lot of fences, and then you have the shacks and the shanty towns and things like that. So yeah, they call themselves black. They are Americans. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking no, they don't. Okay, well, there are some that will still call them that, and those are called wokies. Okay, wokies will still call themselves African American. Pat down, R-worded. You can chill. Okay. You're too white to say that they call them what they call themselves. Oh, sorry, I can't. I'm too white. Okay, starts with an in. No, none of that waffle fry. None of that in my chat.
it's hard. You really struggle to get a job.
Everybody struggles to get a job. Okay, so she goes, one of the most unequal societies. Okay, so but then she goes, what's it like, white person? Now, when we're talking about careers, when we're talking about getting jobs that are highly qualified, that's when your BEE, which is DEI, it's another word. BEE is Black Economic Empowerment. DEI is Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. You know that one, right? So basically, they've had something called BEE for ever now, and that's where you would be. If you say it's the same thing of like, okay, say you have qualifications and a black person has qualifications, because your skin is not the right color, then you get put in. And also there are lower standards for that to help compensate for previously disadvantaged. That's the word that's used. Previously disadvantaged people. Black people are black people. I'm okay with black people being black people. I do get it. I understand. Okay, food stamps people call. I'm okay with them talking about themselves in their own way. Okay, relax, everybody. It's okay. We're on the internet talking to each other.
We struggle to get a job in South Africa. If you're a white male, some of the most high qualified people, they don't get jobs. You have
so it's actually on the high qualification. The hoity-toity black people call themselves African Americans. Okay. Okay, so that's a food stamps Americans. Okay, I get it. Cool. Just myself, I just don't enjoy referring to them in that way. Sorry. Okay, so
BEE and the BB.
See, you can see BEE, BBE, Black Economic Empowerment. I don't even know what the extra B's are for now.
EEE. There's a lot of racial laws in South Africa against
white people, but it's the thing that we are not talking about here is that it's supposed to be in redress for apartheid. So that's what is justified. So she just goes, there's a lot. I think what one of the days of this week will be, there are a lot of race laws in South Africa. So I want to talk about the 145 race laws. That's farm murder, but yeah. The 145 race-based laws. Okay, that is something we have to go into. It's just not enough. She started talking about potential genocide. Yeah, she did, and now you're just talking about it's difficult to get a job as a white person. It's difficult for absolutely everyone. But yes, it is unfair when you have race quotas. Like, one of the things that people will bring up is race quotas in sports. You have to have a certain racial demographic. So that's to overcome what was happening in apartheid. But that was 32 years ago. So.
Not even Afrikaans speaking people. Yeah, not just the crime. I mean, there's a lot of crime as well, and there's the chanting of "kill the Boer." They don't. I mean, it's Julius Malema's the person who is raising all this violence, and no one does anything about it. But if you go and you can say literally anything to a black person, and they will put you in jail. They will put you in jail if you call.
Okay, relax. Okay, that's like you walk to anyone. I don't know. They will put you in jail if you say anything to a black person. What do you mean? What are you saying?
I can't say the word because I'll go.
Yes, you will go to jail, and you know what? You don't need to say the word. But yes, I guess the principle. Okay, I need to get over that word. I really do. But the principle is that you can say that and go to jail, but you can literally chant to kill a group of people and you don't go to jail. So I guess double standard. So it's the kill the Boer song versus racial epithets. Let's call it racial epithets. That's because there is what is her name? Melanie something. She went to jail for 3 years because she used the K word. Okay.
Go to jail. You can even act a little bit racist, and if you're white,
you can act a little bit racist. Which, what do you mean? You act a little bit racist? You see, they are very racist Afrikaans people, but some people will. I suppose it's like I stepped out for a while and R-worded, decided to be R-worded. Hey, on brand. So a little bit racist. What do you mean? What do you mean by a little bit racist? Because there are racist Afrikaans people that are just like, oh, there's black people here. But like there's people like that. Do they deserve to die? No. But what are you getting at? Yeah.
Person you'll go to jail. Yeah.
Would you consider becoming a refugee?
Not actually.
Would you consider becoming a refugee? That's a good question. Everybody asks that when they find out I'm South African. Would you consider a refugee? And mostly people will say no. They could not call themselves a refugee because that's not the status that we're at. A refugee is somebody that has absolutely no other options and is just they need help. They need asylum. Whereas someone like me and my husband, we left, yes, for better opportunities. Does that make us a refugee? It makes us wanting to go to a better place. Does that really make me a refugee? A refugee is I suppose it's like when you're going to another country, you're going to them in a certain tone. We're not refugees in the UAE. We're expats. We have a visa. We have visas here. Economic migrants. Yeah, that's what we are. So considering becoming a refugee? No. So there you see, she says not actually no. So she's talking all this. It's very interesting that after all this chat here, she says no. So you're telling me it's cuck, but why wouldn't you become a refugee? Because it's not bad enough, or because you love your land?
No. Like, even though it's hard in South Africa, the system doesn't work. The education doesn't work. The roads it doesn't look good. There's potholes.
Haven't improved anything.
No, it gets worse.
There's bottles. She said there's potholes. You gotta love auto subtitles.
But there's no electricity. You have load shedding. Now they want to put taxes on solar systems, which
yes, which is absolute bullshit. So they're like, oh, you guys, so we can't, so the government can't provide the electricity. And then it's like, oh, by the way, if you create your own electricity, we're going to tax you on that. We're going to try and benefit from you creating your own electricity. Fuck all the way off with that.
Heard.
I'm a minister in the Lichtenburg Club category. The Lorraine spot attack the English United.
The rain attacked the English.
So we come out of Lichtenburg. Yeah.
Lichtenburg. Okay, so this is just somebody who's at the Voortrekker Monument.
You know what?
Yeah.
No, somebody's got to stand up now. This is just too much. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, he's in the shop. He's just a guy in the shop, and he's like, he's gonna just speak to us. So she said no. Things are bad, but she didn't give us an explanation.
Load shedding. Now they want to put taxes on solar systems, which I heard.
I'm a minister.
That's it. So she said no, not really. Things are bad, but she didn't. No, this is very much like you didn't put the full context in there. You should. I understand needing people to go and watch your video, like pay for the full version, but you didn't give her answer. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Okay, so who's this guy? Some Okie, the Lichtenburg Okie. Okay. Chatting interview with Lichtenberg.
In the Lichtenburg Club category, the Lorraine spot attack the English United.
De la Rey.
We come out of Lichtenburg. Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
No, somebody's got to stand up now.
Somebody's got to stand up. I looked up the K word. It's interesting. It's what US Defense Minister has tattooed on his arm. However, he means it in the original sense as the Islamist slur against non-Muslims. Yeah.
This is just too much. Yeah, I agree. You know?
True. But we also have to stand up ourselves.
Yeah, no.
Somebody's got to stand up. So what are you supposed to do? I'm up. Hey, Theo. How's South Africa? How's the weather? South Africa's got some amazing weather. Okay. Interview. So he's like, we got to stand up. Someone's got to stand up. You see how angry bro is? Off topic, I just watched Sorrow Forum debates, same as venues. Oh yes, I saw that was actually on. This one was on immigration. Same moderator, charming Grandpa Gene. During the Q&A, he fell asleep on stage and snored loudly into the microphone for several minutes. Adorable but awkward. That's so funny, Fishmonger. I've what's the name? What do you call it? I've subscribed to that. I saw that it was going on, and there was notifications and everything. Do you think a SA will break apart into smaller states? People are trying to do that with one of the provinces, but it's very unlikely. It's one of the things that people are really hoping for. Some are hoping for. It's called Cape Succession. They want to secession. They want to get out. Weather is amazing. Wildlife is amazing. Housing is amazing. Activities are amazing. Minerals are amazing. People are shit. But you're there. You're not shit, Theo. You're the best of people. Would the central government let them go? I don't know. I don't know how it would occur. Somebody smarter than me has to answer that question. Somebody with a political degree can tell you. Okay, let's see.
For sure. You must come to Lichtenburg and you will see how we stand up.
You see how we stand up? Yes, so what do you do, Oom? Hoe staan julle op?
Yeah, you must see. We stand up.
We stand up in Lichtenburg or whatever it is. Come to Lichtenburg and see how we stand up. I guess is that just it's being like Orania. It's like being it's interesting how SA completely surrounds Lesotho. Oh, poor Lesotho. Lesotho got tariffed the fuck out as well. Nice, Trump.
We stand strong. Every month or so, the EFF votes on right on the wars. If Afrikaans, if the Lorraine. This is the world we live in.
Oh, right? This the world we live in. Ja, if Delaray, the EFF. So the EFF fights them. Says if the boer. Okay, so we've got the if the boer by EFF. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you gotta clean it all out.
Yeah.
So they have a monument with a new. They're going to write shit on the Afrikaans monuments.
So Trump is
If the boer by EFF on monuments, on Afrikaner monuments, I suppose. Okay.
not listening.
At all.
He's speaking the truth about South Africa. They can deny it as much as they want to deny it. But
Okay, he's speaking the truth about South Africa. Trump speaking truth about South Africa. So, I'm wondering, bro, if he's somebody that will call it genocide.
if you really, I'm not political. I'm a Christian leader.
He's a Christian leader. Yes, I told you. See, Afrikaans people are very Christian.
But if you really look at the facts, yeah, I'm a committed Christian.
Yes.
Committed Christian. Hy is van die kerk. He is of the church.
Covered under the blood of Christ.
Amen.
But I've come out of Afrikaner time.
I've come out of Afrikaans attack. What?
So under the blood of Christ.
Amen.
But I've come out of Afrikaner time.
I don't know what he said. Afrikaans attack. I don't know. I think she doesn't know either. She called it Afrikaans attack. She herself wrote Afrikaans attack. That's no. Christian. So that's another thing. Afrikaan. It digressed into a debate over whether libertarians should bother to interact with reality, or utopian autist incels. Other guy. Oh. Hey, there's nothing wrong with utopian people.
So I'm not
racist.
Yeah.
I'm not a racist, but
Yeah, I'm not a racist.
And apparently we are.
No. Yeah.
I'm not a racist, but I just don't like this other race. I don't know. He says he's not a racist, okay? So we gotta believe him. Not a racist. He says so. I guess he just wants you to treat him a certain way.
I came out of Bavaria, from Elizabeth, and I preached. I had a congregation 9 o'clock in Afrikaans and 11 o'clock with many nationalities.
Okay, so he's a priest man, not a racist. He's a Christian, many nationalities. In his congregation. That's good. Okay.
I'm not a racist.
No, we're not.
But what's happening here is worse than apartheid.
Oh, that's very difficult to say. Are you not allowed to not like other races? No, you're not allowed. You have to like all races. I think the way where I'm at is you have to decide whether you like individuals. So if individuals are acting like arseholes, then they're arseholes. Someone got stand up. So he says it's worse than apartheid. This is very bad. Worse than apartheid. Don't say that, boy. That is a big claim. Big disavow. Big disavow. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not helpful. I don't think that's a helpful claim. Don't say it's worse than apartheid because nobody is going to give you any charity. Nobody is giving you charity, boy.
Disgrace. Really, it's a disgrace. It's worse to destroy your own people, like the government is doing.
What? It's worse? What? It's worse to destroy your own people like the government is doing. Oh, okay. So he's saying, yes, okay, so the government now is the black government. So they are past apartheid. And what the government is doing is, okay, okay, wait. Big disavow if it's about white people. Okay, cool, fine. But there is a narrative of worse than apartheid in that. Good night, Kitty and crew. Good night, Zax. There is a narrative of people were even better. Some people will say that black people were even better off under apartheid. Hello, Mensa. Hello, Congo Chris. Another South African around to. Have you seen this video? Yeah. So Congo Chris is a South African, but he's Congo. So worse than apartheid. This is worse for who though? Because Because if you're saying worse for white people, no. Okay. But there are people that will say, well, black people had more under apartheid. They had less rights, but they had jobs. Basically, there's some people that say that. Some will try to claim that black people are. I think the way you should word it is they're not better off outside of apartheid. Because he does say, he says it's worse. First of all, let's do this. Because it's me talking. No, but the thumbnail has Trump and cupcake, so you have my attention. Well, that's the research for the week. So we're gonna watch Trump and cupcake just now. Right now, this was the first video that was brought along. So it's worse than apartheid. It's what worse for who? It's bad. It's worse. Sorry, worse to destroy your own people the way the government is now. So I would expect he's talking about the ANC destroying its own people, as in destroying the black people. Okay, black people are not cared about by the government. Is destroying black people. Yeah. Okay.
That was apartheid.
Yeah, they definitely decimating us on
Yeah,
all levels.
on all levels. Eh? So now we are very proud of the President Trump, what he's doing.
You were saying that they're going to tax solar panels?
Yeah, so there have been this stuff that I've heard. They wanted to put taxes on solar panels.
Okay, so we're back with the taxes on solar panels. Yeah. Okay. Taxes on solar panels. So is that part of the genocide? This is not.
And there's a lot of people that get solar panels because the electricity system isn't working properly. There's not enough electricity for all the South Africans.
Yes,
We get load shedding. There's even load shedding that there's power outages for 12 hours a day, as in some areas. And people get solar panels because your business has to go on. You can't do business without electricity in South Africa.
Yeah, you can't do business. We understand. Cool. Now?
You have to have Wi-Fi and power, and so business must go on. So people, they're making plans for alternative electricity, and
which is good. We did that. Congo, do you have an inverter?
Then, there's also generators. You have generators, but the fuel prices keeps on going up, so that's another problem. And yeah, they wanted to put. That's what I've heard is they speaking of putting taxes on solar panels, because if you have solar panels, you don't pay Eskom anymore.
Okay.
Yep. If you have your own electricity, then you're not helping. You're not giving the state anything. Are they only taxing the white people's panels? If not, how is this pertinent? Exactly. Waffle fry. Good night, atheist gamer.
So, yeah.
So it sounds like it's just getting kind of worse.
That's just what's bad about the country. Okay? That's what's bad for everyone. It's shit for everyone. Crap for everyone. Not just white people. You're not helping. You're not helping with trying to get people to understand that there is something nefarious there. You're not. You're just making it very easy to just be like, stop whining.
Worse.
It is getting worse.
Yeah.
Definitely, yes.
Now, I was wondering about morale, and because you're
Morale. Okay, that's a good question. No, just taxes on solar panels, sabotage on solar panels to drive repeat business like what happens on the grid. And yes, I have 3 inverters. There you go.
saying if you go to college, you're not going to be able to find a job, even if you're highly qualified.
Yeah.
How does that affect a person's drive to study or to,
It's discouraging.
It's discouraging. So she goes, taxes on solar panels, and then morale, and then she goes, education doesn't mean a job. Discouraging. Yeah, okay, we good. I get it.
It really is discouraging. I mean, there's one of my friends, he wanted to apply for veterinarian.
A veterinarian, yes.
Yes, veterinarian. And
And what's it? What's the Afrikaans word for? I thought of dentist, not tandarts. Eh? What's the Afrikaans word for veterinarian? Dierendokter or something.
They don't take white males. It's impossible to come in as a white male. It's impossible. They barely even take males, but even less white people. A white male will not. He won't.
Okay, it's discouraging. Yes, you won't. Part of the thing is like, listen, when you're trying to get into qualifications or certain degrees and things like that, that is a thing. Should you even consider trying to apply? Because you probably won't. You are at a disadvantage, but that's because there was a previous disadvantage. So that's how they explain it. Veterinarian application, and a lot of people will then say, well, you're just saying that you didn't what's the name, you don't see people. You can give people this idea that, well, actually you didn't qualify. You're using this your race as an excuse. You just didn't qualify. You weren't good enough. Nobody can really prove that. So to steelman the perspective, being asked, we don't see a tax on solar geysers often implemented in informal settlements. No, you're not going to get any taxes on informal settlements.
His application won't go through.
What kind of laws are there to non-discriminatory against white people? Is there anything to protect?
Is there anything to protect? Wait, anything to protect white people would be discriminatory. Like, because it should be just all people. You don't know anything about Mzansi to learn to read and listen to real people who actually live and work in Mzansi. First, you fill your brain with truth before you open your mouth. No, you're Mzansi. Okay. I don't know anything about it. Neither does Congo Chris. Okay.
Protect white people's. I mean, because they talk about inclusion, but it sounds like white people are being excluded.
There's no laws that is protecting just white people. No.
Well, there should be no laws that protect any one race. So you that's the wrong question, lady girl. So she's like, are there any race laws protecting white people? There should not be. This is not a good question. No, there aren't. Well, good. There shouldn't be. For any race. Like, that's not what our constitution is about. You're not supposed to have special protections if you're one race.
There's no laws just for white people. There's only laws for those. They talk about people of color, like the BEE laws. It is you have to have a quota in your business of you have to have this amount of people of color in your business.
I love that somebody just walked past. You're having a discussion. You're filming in the shop, and bro just walks past because you know what? Listen, you want to do your social media cuck in here? I'll walk past your camera. So no race laws protecting white people. But then it's like, okay, BEE laws. Then she goes, racial quotas. See, when you put all of this in with everything else, this racial quota stuff doesn't hit very hard. Feel free to show me rates, levies, and/or taxes on solar geysers. I would love to learn something new this early in the week. No, it's them proposing it. It's the same thing as them wanting, proposing that we're going to pay TV license on Netflix.
So that is the BEE law. There's been robberies at our house. I've been attacked while I was driving. The guy came with a knife, and I had to give him my phone.
That's everybody who has anything gets robbed, which is not a good thing either. That doesn't mean that I'm okay with it, but it doesn't mean it's just because you're white you get hijacked. No, you got stuff, you're getting hijacked. That's it. But okay, now they got attacked in their house, home invasions. It's a thing. You got shit. You've never been robbed. Nice, sorry, nice. Keep that up. You why bring that up? It's not a farm murder just because you're Afrikaans, okay, and you've been robbed. That's not a farm murder. That's not the same thing, okay? You don't generally, if it's a farm murder, you're not supposed to come out alive. If they're robbing you, you can probably come out alive. You hope you don't get attacked. So I don't know. I'm in this weird place with crime. So she goes crime. Attacked at home. Okay, robbed. So robbed. Okay, and then attacked at knife point. For phone. Yes, that's usually how it happens. And I'm not trying to say that it's okay. This is problematic. But it's not just a white people problem. 7.3% likely whites, 7.3% likely pay 80% of SA's income tax. Black Africans who are 80% pay 20%. Yeah. Due to income gaps, but SARS doesn't confirm exact racial splits. Yeah, it does not. Why would it do that? Why would it let you know?
That happens all the time. I know everyone that I know has been robbed in some way in South Africa, and yeah, but I personally don't know about anyone who has been killed. Well, I do actually. I don't know the person well, but I do know about someone who's been shot while he was driving.
Okay, so doesn't know anyone who's been killed, but there was someone shot. Yes, that's crime. That's the crime problem.
He had to pull over because he had a flat tire and he got shot. And like I said, it wasn't friends of ours, but we knew the guy. He had 3 daughters and a wife, and they shot.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people. Do SA whites rob people at knife point? Real question. I don't know the answer. Yeah, there's probably some whiteys that are scallums. Absolutely. Keep an eye out for your stuff. You can't leave your stuff anywhere. You're not safe from anyone.
Shot him. They didn't take the Vaki. They didn't even take his phone. They just shot him.
Okay, that's bullshit. That's a hit. Then, were they racially motivated? That's the thing. This case seems to be racially motivated because they just shot him and didn't take his stuff. I don't know.
And he died. So there are a lot of laws against white people, but everyone is
against white people, but everyone is. There you go. She's saying that. There we go. Good girl. Because it's not that. Don't let people think that it's only the white people that are in danger. Nobody gives a fuck about life in South Africa. It's horrible.
A lot of poverty in South Africa. The townships, that is mostly black. It is a black lower class. There's a lot of crime in there. People get killed every day because of the poverty. Everyone is suffering. So the whole country, actually, the only people that is not suffering is the government. People in government.
Yeah, the only people that are not suffering are the government. Everyone is suffering. One's not suffering. Is the government. That is absolutely true. Which I don't know. I mean that's Africa for you. It's rare, but it does happen. The problem, class disparity. Framing it in terms of race is counterproductive. Yeah, it's class disparity. Absolutely. So it's like the look at the ratio of employed to unemployed. So the people that are employed are the ones that are paying taxes. And the taxes are not being used very well. Okay.
I don't even want to drive there anymore. They mugged me just when I was on my way here. Not today, but they mugged me on my way here. You can't drive with your windows open.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Don't drive with your windows open, guys. Look, I've been absolutely spoiled living in the UAE because you kind of had to get like you don't. It's fine having your bag visible. That hard thing. It's interesting how every country in Africa is just horrible. Radical coincidence. Oh, but it's the white man's fault, Sarah knows, because they pillaged the whole place.
How are we going to build a nation if we're not having enough births?
After our time at the monument, we drove.
Oh, whoa, well, when was that?
They mugged me just when I was on my way here. Not today, but they mugged me on my way here. You can't drive with your windows open.
So how are we going to...
Oh my goodness, that's a horrible cut. So she's busy talking about mugging, and then it's like, oh yeah, how are we gonna have continue the nation, because now it's the birth rate she's talking about. Okay.
All the nations with not having enough births.
After our time at the monument, we drove to a white farmer's land who has taken it upon himself to employ, feed, house, and care for other struggling Afrikaners.
Mostly unemployed people, but he's also got a tile fixing company.
I'm going to do a cultural school here, not on the syllabus of the government, but they have a.
Okay, so they I didn't mention race. I mentioned it. Okay, so they have printing works, everything. So this is like another Oranje, I suppose this person is trying to do. So after the monument, they go to what? This Afrikaans, what?
Printing works, everything. So we get all the supplies and the books from them, and that's the syllabus we use.
Oh.
But I had to provide everything because mostly the people here at my place, it's 80% of the people have no income.
Okay, so a white farmer's farm where he's got poor black people. I mean white people. Okay, white farmer's farm, unemployed Afrikaners. Okay, but you're not supposed to care about them. That's
not even a pension income. People with a pension, they pay a little bit towards the accommodation and meals, but those people got nothing. So they can't pay for schooling, they can't pay for the books, they can't pay for the teachers. I paid everything out of my own pocket. Even the homeschooling syllabus, we cannot afford it. It's too expensive. In the western side of Pretoria, it's the poorer side of Pretoria.
Yeah.
Every corner there was a Nigerian selling drugs, and there was a total morality fall of all people there. So we decided. Okay,
so he also doesn't speak to us about Nigerian drug lords, drug sellers, bringing down morals in Pretoria. Okay, and it's a commune. Yeah, he's essentially, that gentleman has a glorious beard. Yeah, he's a real opa.
Decided to bring the people out of that situation to a place where we can sort of control the environment, because this whole thing has a spiritual undertone. I started this because I got a message and I got an instruction from our father to do that. I can't get.
Okay, so this is some religious stuff. He's saying he got instruction from the father to do it. So a spiritual warfare. It's also spiritual. So instructions from God to start basically the commune, I suppose.
Get anybody into heaven for him. Everybody has to do it himself. But I can create an environment that he can live where there's no drugs, there's no swearing, there's no people running.
There's no drugs and swearing. Okay, so it's an environment where there's no drugs or swearing. I can't get upset about that environment. But swearing, on the other hand, I can't get rid of it. Controlled environment. No drugs. No swearing. Okay. Pretoria West really is horrible. It's the hangover of the collapse of the Eskom and the state-owned steel smelting entity. So I guess these are people left from that.
Running around and sleeping with other one's wives and stuff like that. That I can control. And then the people can.
Okay, so no swearing, no adultery. Okay, that's cool.
And get the spiritual food that they need. Again, I can't force them. It's a free will. Everything according to us. We don't believe in churches. I don't agree with any church. We believe the church is in your heart. That is a church.
Okay, church is in your heart. I'm with you with that. Okay, but you do get a congregation when you have a church. Or when you have a congregation, you are a church of some sort.
Jesus came and founded on earth. And the heart's church, people are there to help the ones who have lesser than us. If you do not grab the hand of Jesus Christ, you will not come free from drugs.
Yeah, I mean.
If you do grab his hand and you're serious, I saw terrible drug addicts. The one specific person was a transvestite. He was a male prostitute.
Oh, so okay, this whole thing is just. I'm waiting for you to talk about plaasmoord, etc.
And he came free from drugs within 2 weeks, and it's one of the worst ones was heroin. And as he said to me, he said, I can't sleep. It's the worst pain that is now happening in my body because I don't use it anymore. And that guy slept like a baby. Because my big problem on this farm is when I opened this farm, I always say Satan opened the bottle store right at my gate. So that is much easier now to get booze, and that is.
Okay, so he's just talking about it's helping unemployed drug addicts, basically drug addicts. People down on their luck, I suppose. Okay.
This is our problem. They supply supermarkets with frozen vegetables, so we get all the waste. And that is why we are farming with the bush pigs, because a bush pig can convert vegetable matter into meat. In the end of the day, that is what my calling was to get people to get them into heaven. We especially are very helpful towards the children. There's about 120 children here in school going age.
120 children in his commune. In the school, yeah. So everybody's now they're all getting schooled in Oom's way.
And preschool. But on the other side, one man went there and he spoke to the guys. There's a lot of blacks at the bottle store there, and they were all robbing this whole area.
You can still see this guy is from the old school, the blacks, the way he speaks.
Every night, are we on a group is robbing and whatever. And he asked the guys there, why don't you rob the people on this side? This farm. He said to him, no, boss. On those people's posts on their fence, there is big guys with white clothes. So he said, I didn't say that. It's a black guy who said it.
There is a spiritual element to these attacks.
Okay, so he's saying that the people, we don't rob them because they're spiritually. Well, you lost me there, boy. Okay, they don't don't get robbed because God protects them. Okay. This is not it's not Jonestown, but it sounds like Johanstown. There we go. Johan. Congo, please, can I get up? I'm putting that up here. This is no. Oof. It's not Jonestown, but it sounds like Johanstown. Yeah, he's opening his own mini Orania, but it's Johanstown. He would make a great mall sander. Did she just show up in South Africa and plan things on the fly? Why show this much of this guy? I think that she's friends, or some friend was obviously connected to this guy. That her whole trip was about meeting him.
All farmer tax is a spiritual element. The Sangoma blesses the AK-47s. He blesses the cars. He slaughters a goat or a chicken, depending on the guys, and the blood is sprinkled on it. I had a lot of contacts when I was in jail. I wasn't in jail. I was in jail working as a spiritual consultant, and I met a lot of the black guys that they said they do that before they go.
Okay, so Sangomas. So it's a spiritual warfare. Let's go here. Controlled environment. Spiritual access. Or spiritual aspect. Let's say churches in your heart over here. And they don't get robbed because of okay. This video did numbers, and this is what people are thinking that South Africa is about. You investigated what? You just spoke to some Afrikaans people that are flippin' scared. I'm not happy about this.
So I counter that spiritually. It's not the flesh, it's the spirit that they do the story. It's the Ubuntu spirit that we must attack. That is why we want.
Ooh, we must attack the Ubuntu spirit. Did you hear that, Congo Chris? So Ubuntu is supposed to be the spirit of being one with each other, being one as people. And we have to attack the spirits of Ubuntu? Ooh, boy. This video really is all over the place. It's much more, it's not what I expected at all. I thought it would be a lot more together, considering how many views and whatever it got. But I guess I'm just adding to it. Okay, so he said we have to, the spiritual, so also spiritual, so Sangoma, which is like a witch doctor. Sangomas bless the AK-47s. So it's like, they're pearl clutching here. They're pearl clutching at the demonic part of it. You're just giving far right. You're giving far right religious guy, and nobody's interested.
Go. I believe I'm safe when I have Christ in me. That's
Okay. But if Christ decides today is the day that you get shot for your phone, that's the day.
Many the youngsters as here that has got a family, they can go and start anew now.
we are, I won't say proud people, but we are proud of our heritage, and this is where roots are lying for 400 years. So
that is one thing, is that they have roots for so long, for so far, that is the problem for them. I thought they'd go into some brutal farm murders and show things that are actually terrible. Yeah.
no, you will never get me involved in those programs, but I'll help anybody who don't get a job there. Not the farmers so much. The farmers are the problem, because I tried numerous times to get white people onto their farms and change the black labor to white. But we have about 800,000 white people that are at the moment has got no work.
I guess the one thing that sounded
Okay, so he was like 800,000 without white people without work. Like everybody's got no work. So he wanted white farmers, farm workers. So he seems like he's very pro-white. People without work. Okay. Just going to the unemployed, yeah. Okay, she has questions.
like it could be confused is that you said that your farm is protected and that it's not being attacked, and some people might hear that and be like, oh, well, Donald Trump is lying about the attacks on farmers. But it sounds like what you were saying is that you have done a service or prayer that protected your land, but the farm attacks are real, is what I'm asking.
A lot of attacks, I'm not saying it's people that deserve it. A lot of attacks are good people, good God-fearing people. I don't know if they played for the place and whatever happened. I just know that we have a system and we are.
Oh my God! So they are protected. Oh, okay.
Protected under that system, but the farm attacks are still. My own father nearly died under a farm attack. He was stabbed 35 times and left for dead. But he was a strong guy. He was in his late 70s, and he survived it. So we are all in our families. There's no one that doesn't know somebody that's been attacked in a farm attack.
20th of January 2020, 4 o'clock in the morning. We lived in a split little house, so we had a gate from the living area to the bedroom area. We thought we were safe, but it was January, it was hot, so we left the window of the bedroom open. They came with a ladder, 4 o'clock in the morning. When I woke up, I was sitting on the side of the bed, holding my head, blood streaming down my face. Was then taken to hospital with 25 stitches in my head. You can repeat it.
Yeah. Wow.
I was bleeding like a pig. That morning when I came back from hospital, my wife said, "We're leaving today."
On the right, we have these walking fridges.
Okay, so this is the other people that they go and live. All these unemployed South Africans should just become YouTubers. Okay. Oh my goodness. So they left their farm. They, instead of leaving the country, they left their farm and they went to a commune. Okay. So we do have one let's go farm murders. Yeah, farm murders are real, and he was a victim and he survived. When a victim, everyone knows who is a victim. Okay, and he one farmer who moved into the commune after being attacked. Okay. That can't stop you that this has been a bit ridiculous.
I have 7 of them, fridges and freezers. So how big is this one? 33 hectares. On the right-hand side is our bush pigs.
These are bush pigs.
Yeah.
We then drove around this massive farm where many Afrikaners live and work and stay productive during the days. And then a siren was going off because it was 4 o'clock, and that meant that it was time for a meal.
Oh my God! Imagine going for lunch with that noise. That should have been what the interviewer tried to do, steer the conversation more. Yeah. High unemployment in South Africa is due to a mix of poor education, corruption, weak economic growth, load shedding, and not enough jobs being created for a fast-growing population. Yeah, and it's growing as well because we don't have secure borders. People just come through.
I read online that 400,000 white people in South Africa live in settlements.
Okay, you know how many black people live in settlements, boys? Oh my God, this is not the message we need. Okay, so they're saying a prayer. But I feel like I don't trust him much due to how he sensationalizes stuff. He has a video about his farm's experiences. It's harrowing. Yeah, the actual stories that you go through, I mean, we can go through those. That's fine. I'll do that as part of this week. But this over here, that's not what I want to be taking part in. This kind of like sensationalizing and I guess that's what this is, I suppose, this video.
Sien asseblief ons die voedsel in ons liggame. Sien die mense wat aan ons geskenk het. Ons nooi uit om eet te saam met ons te geniet. Dankie, Yeshua. Amen.
So what they're doing is just coming together and making do on their own. It's kind of how Orania, the settlement, is made. Okay, so they're poor and that's it. Okay.
What's your name? Do you speak English? This is a camera. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you like Spider-Man?
She called him Tani. Tanis.
Can you show me like a psh? Psh. Yeah, this one.
She just wants to turn the camera on.
This one's not on. It's off. What do you and your brother like to do for fun? Watch rugby? Oh, that's cool.
They're like, this is your video. Come on, carry on.
It was pretty shocking to see this mom and her kids and other children running around. Also, the people in this line look very motivated and they look willing and able to work. And it's very sad that they're not given the opportunities in their country. Makes me kind of feel like,
Oh, God. No. The carte blanche episode going into these insular communities are fascinating. I remember them from years back. Yes, I remember those. The insular, yes, absolutely. They're crazy. They kind of, I remember shaking my head at them and being like, no, bro, you're making shit worse for yourself. You're really being as racist as people think. So, okay, let's see. What have we got here? Black South Africans here, and I think that what's happening in this country is absolutely insane. It amazes me how the government allows for leaders of political parties to be openly racist and nothing is done about it. This is a bot. That's a bot. This is better journalism than any mainstream media outlet. No, it isn't. Just, wow. Just because you guys, just because it's alternative doesn't mean it's better. South Africa is a warning lesson for the rest of the world. CNN and NBC take note. This is real journalism. No. I left South Africa when I was 30. I'm English South African. My parents owned a poultry farm, but my mom was attacked and shot 3 times. She survived. Just before that, my cousin who worked for my dad's brother also owned a poultry farm, was murdered. My sister was raped and left in shallow grave that she dug out from. Wow. They thought she was dead after strangling her. Then my dad's brother survived. See, this is the story you need to go and tell with your real journalism, bro. Tell that story. Don't go and just... Oof. Okay. Katie Hopkins did a video on farm murders like this years ago. She was banned from ever returning to South Africa for exposing them. Give this woman the most prestigious award that journalism has. What is wrong with you people? I'm from South Africa. I live in USA now. She exposed real South Africa. This is 100% true. Lauren Southern was basically made persona non grata for making it right. No, guys. Okay. Oh no, Kitty is gonna find my comment glazing this video. No, come on, look. It's called confirmation bias. It's a bitch. Look, I'm not saying she's completely wrong, but you know, my commentary from just refer back to the commentary of certain things. She's making it, she's skewing it. Okay, you can't talk about just white people. Even the person that she interviewed was saying it's bad for everyone. The only people that aren't suffering are the politicians, and I think that does a disservice. Focusing only on that context does a disservice. Thank you for the stream. It was very late for me, so good night and rest well when you do. Thanks, Lord Shadow. Okay, we're gonna go and do we're gonna watch Spoon's video, or should we go to, and let's see Spoon's video and see what he's up to. Let's see if I can agree with him. What is his name? Aristocratic utensil. Not the hashtag. There you go. Okay, there we go. Still defending drinker. What's the end game?
Well, I imagine Zelensky is happy. He won't be remembered as the most embarrassing spectacle during Trump's tenure anymore.
Okay, let's put it slower, because he already speaks fast.
Well, I imagine Zelensky is happy. He won't be remembered as the most embarrassing spectacle during Trump's tenure anymore. I'm assuming if you click on this, you're way of the skinny. He was front and center on every news page in the entire world a few days ago, as Trump managed to subject the South African president to the rhetoric of the idiots in Parliament directly to his face in probably one of the most humiliating displays ever seen in the White House. Now, with that being said, being an Afrikaner makes this a tad bit difficult, to say the least. However, I must pull a quote from Gordon Gekko. Don't get emotional about stock, it clouds your judgment. Same thing applies to politics.
Okay, so you're gonna get is Spoon gonna get emotional? I wonder what Spoon's gonna say.
As such, I will do my best to remain stoic and discuss this in a manner of real politics. First, let me just say this, and this goes for politics in general, actually.
Because, I mean, if anyone's gonna get emotional about it, it'll be an Afrikaner. Timmy Carter is in South Africa. He made a bunch of videos in Soweto. It's hilarious how unaware he is that he's only alive because he's famous. Yes, you're yeah, because they'll find you if you're in danger there. It's bad publicity, so you gotta fucking stay alive. It's the same thing as the guys that do those gang videos. Just any sort of journalism that keeps people alive.
Humans are first and foremost social creatures and creatures of the environment.
Agreed. Okay, we agree.
Ever listen or acknowledge the left as if they're entities that possess any semblance of sapience.
Okay, I'm the left, so I have no sapience. Because according to Spoonie over here, I'm a libtard. Affectionately known, I should say. He's not that ugly to me.
No, that includes news pundits and journalists, by the way. Why do you think all the headlines said ambush? That's an advertisement. When it comes,
yes, okay, so they all the headlines went and called it an ambush. If you recall correctly, one of my replies at some point was, "Thank you. I was just wondering how I'm supposed to view what's the name? How I'm supposed to view the whole thing. I needed to be told. I needed to be what do you call it? Told how to think. Just hold on. And it told me that I had to know it was an ambush. Okay, that's what I had to figure out. Oh my gosh, Grok and not Grok. Twitter, your scroll is fucking bullshit. Okay. It's stupid. How is this broken? How is this broken? Like, scrolling is not working on Twitter. Okay. Okay, I can't find it because fuck you, Twitter. Okay, the company line. Depends on how you define left.
comes to South Africa, be aware the first settlers have been there since 1652.
Okay, so then that's just think about it. So it's like that nobody can go back where they came from if they're Afrikaner. Okay, and they've been there for a while.
Predates the American state. Afrikaners are a mix of Dutch, French, and German. Anyone who doesn't acknowledge the
That's why you have a lot of people that are called Francois.
reality of this, write them off. Like that goofy bit on CNN a few days ago who said the Afrikaners can go back to their ancestral lands, probably Germany. Yeah, because modern Afrikaners would do so well in a continent they've not seen in what, about 3 centuries, using...
Yes. Okay, I'm with you on that. That's definitely where I'm at, where it's like, okay, so you're telling me that I have to go back, that they've been there for generations, boy. What do you want? If that is the case, then let's use this principle everywhere. And then that's gonna rung him up. Francois du Toit. Yet he hates the French. Bruh. Oh, listen. The French hate him.
Using a language they've never spoken. Well done indeed. When you see that level of ignorant stupidity, think of it like a poisonous plant that...
Okay, but listen. There's some German words that you can kind of understand if you understand Afrikaans. But wait. We can send them to Netherlands, right? Because if you speak Afrikaans, you can understand Dutch a little bit. It sounds like we sound. If you speak Afrikaans, you sound like a drunken Netherlands person. But if you speak Dutch to an Afrikaner, they think that you sound like a drunk Afrikaner. So you see, it's just about drunkenness. Aardappel is a perversion of pomme de terre. Pomme de terre.
That farts acid. There is no point in engaging with it. And especially don't bother pointing out the hypocrisy. There is no sense whatsoever in highlighting your enemy is an idiot who doesn't share your values. That kind of goes without saying. Once you see it, duct tape.
Okay, so this is a thing that Spoon does, is he's a lot more direct with saying this person is my enemy and fuck them. Okay, I think I have a longer fuse when it comes to fuck people. Okay, so anyway, he has the right to say these things.
Down a well, no one cares. The reason for this nonsense is because people think democracy is real, and everyone's
okay. So he's an aristocratic utensil. So he's telling us, I'm from Holland. That isn't weird.
opinion is worthy of being listened to. No, that's bollocks. The masses are morons, and the majority are not fit to engage in politics. If you have a
so that's where he's at. He's very much about certain leaders, better thought. He's saying this is democracy manifest. Yeah, it is. He's like, you need smart people to rule over the idiots.
problem with this, take it up with Plato. Same thing applies to those lemmings threatening some sort of violence or whatever against those they deem their political enemy from the safety of their phones. Recognize that for what that is and why. It's social signaling to an in-group to scoop dopamine. That's it. Kind of people who can score an orgasm from binary code. They're insane. Junkies, basically. So when you see these drones, ask yourself, how much of what they believe is part of the current power zeitgeist? And you can really...
Okay. We're just talking about... You're just talking about their assholes. I'm waiting. What's next?
Easily tell because nothing in the current power zeitgeist is real. And if you can...
Okay. Oh, it's the democracy isn't real thing. Okay.
Realize people will cling to beliefs that are utterly unrelated to reality purely for the sakes of more warm fuzzies, then you should know trying to talk...
I do this. I cling to my warm fuzzies because I want us to all get along and make South Africa great again.
To them is pointless. People's beliefs do not come from intrigue and dialogue. No, they come from power. They're products of input, process...
Okay, they are. He definitely has this. He said this in our chat himself. He's what's the name? He's been saying that it's all about power. It's all just everything comes from power. Okay. All right.
Output. Your job is not to screw with the process. Your job is changing the input. It's not to get them sober. It's to get them on your drugs. With that being said, I want to play something.
We're trying to say that, from what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, you know, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa and ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single...
Okay, so you're blaming... oh yes, so this is I too support US backing the Cape to achieve its independence. Yeah, let it do it. So what he's pointing out here is that, like, the Msaga, yes, Msaga, make South Africa great again. But the... He's pointing out that you can't blame just the colonialism on the shit that goes on in Africa. And the thing is that what Spoon will go to is the racial thing of that. It's because black people, but it's the culture of it, and apparently that's not genetic though. That's what I'm saying. It's not genetic, and it doesn't mean that all black people are a certain way. So that's the only, I guess that's where we diverge.
The railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No.
Oh, it's tough. You've got the whole fucking country though. It's yours.
It's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance.
No, he can't run for president. I don't think so. And if he did, nobody would vote for him.
Maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
And also, we wouldn't be voting for the individual. He would have to be the head of a party. We're not, don't work that way.
Maintenance is, there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to
That's
maintenance.
correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's correct.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that's not maintenance. What is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezi.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in You see, I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language. There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first. Correct.
Oh, you see, this is the idea. Haha, it was taken from me, so how am I supposed to maintain it?
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they left. They established the hospitals, they established the fire stations, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You are not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you use, you don't require maintenance. Every country that is called industrialized countries, today, one of the things you know about them is maintenance of what they have. That's why we have buildings here that are about 200.
I mean, I'm understanding this. I'm good. ZANU project rethink. We're gonna add this to the list. Okay.
50 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other countries of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building. Do you know what kept it that long till today?
Maintenance! Yay!
Maintenance is a culture.
Ah, that's lacquer. I want to go and see what ZANU project. Are you a conservative? Ooh, nice, interesting stuff.
Now, that guy's name is Frank Zanu. I think Frank's from the Caribbean, actually, but very blunt, very direct. But what's interesting to me...
So there, at least, you see, he's not being racist there. He listened to a black man.
...is he's talking to two Nigerians there. But if you watch the documentary Empires of Dust about the Chinese railway engineering company working in the Congo, the lead guy, Lau, tells one of the locals who speaks Mandarin, Eddie, straight up says to him, "You were governed by a European country for so long. You should have learned how things work. Experience..."
This is a good argument. People make this about apartheid and stuff. They're like, listen, okay, fine, you got your freedom, but you didn't do anything with it. This is the thing. Empire of Dust is a comedy. Okay. Well, the thing is, the fact is that they can only destroy. And then what I'm saying about they is the African governments, what they've done to their people. This is where that guy that says this is worse than apartheid, that's where he gets his line of argument from, is that they've not built anything from the freedom. They haven't taken it forward.
Should be passed on. Only that way you can develop. You went backwards, not forwards. You neglected the things others had left for you. Just like Ghana and Nigeria. How's South Africa's infrastructure looking post-democratic inception? Like Frank said about maintenance, and democracy for that matter as well. The concept is not in the language. You are trying to practice something foreign. There's a book...
Okay, so I guess, yeah, that's trying to say that culturally there is no such thing as maintenance in Africa. And that is a deficiency. That's a cultural deficiency. Okay, so there's no culture of maintenance. There's no culture of progress. That's not to say that there's absolutely no one who does it, but there is a kind of African mindset, I suppose.
Called The African Notebook, written by German physician-theologian Dr. Albert Schweitzer. He wrote in the...
What they had wasn't generated naturally by their culture, so they don't know how to maintain it. That is one way of it, but also, are you saying that they cannot learn? That's like bigotry of low expectations then, or do we just remove it then? Do we remove all of it and then let them go back to what they were before, and that will make them happy? Like
book spent his entire life trying to alleviate the suffering of Africans, but came to the conclusion they do not have the mental, intellectual, or emotional ability to equate or share equally with Western civilization.
Okay, that's not the conclusion I would get to.
Europeans must retain the position of superior because if you
oh, mamma mia. I'm not with you on this. I'm not with this part.
Fraternize with them as equals, you and all of your work, they will destroy.
Okay. Or you interact with people who are your equals as your equals. They would have to learn, yes. Yeah.
This was written in the 1950s. There was no talk of Christianity, no talk of liberalism, education, or any other New Age globalist bullshittery. It was a warning that the West chose to ignore.
Okay, so wow, okay. Yeah, I'm not with this. I can see there's a cultural deficiency, I suppose, but I'm not there going, that means that I must now stay superior as the European. Because I know that there are actual capable black people.
They are not like us. They don't care about our civilization because these are
They don't care about our civilization.
products of our lineage. These are our works. These are our values. They were never going to maintain them because they were never made by them in the first place.
What about the people who want them though? The people who who accept them being there. Okay, that it's there. That they're like, okay, cool. This has come to me in whatever way it came to me. Colonialism, all of this cuck, absolutely. What about those people that want to actually assimilate and go forward? Those people don't count. They have to, I suppose we have to export them and let them go to the West because they're Western black people or they're Western Africans. They're European Africans, I guess. Is that the way we do it?
Same thing with democracy, by the way. The greatness of Western civilization wasn't built on democracy. Western civilization is great in spite of democracy. Westerners don't even understand democracy. They like it in theory, but they hate it in practice. If that's how Europe feels about it, why the hell do you think it was going to work outside of Europe? The greatness of Europe was built through monarchies. Take a look at the post-colonial world.
He's very much a monarchist, we know this. But I've also heard that certain black groups actually do extremely well in Western countries, so I don't think I buy this. But I've always held ideas to be more important than biology. Absolutely. Same. I think it's stupid and reductive to go this kind of skin color and this origin story that's going to be how capable a person is. I do know that trends will that you can have trends and development and evolution and all of that, but at the same time that's not going to make me now condemn entire swaths of people. It's just not going to work. You leave West Africa out of this. Okay, but still, okay, post-colonial, like, okay, we can be post-colonial because now we care about people. I don't know. This is a deeper philosophical question. I'm good with Spoon. This is what Spoon wants you to do. He wants you to understand that monarchy is the best.
Functioning places, South Africa.
I live in a monarchy and it's pretty good.
Well, for a time anyway. America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. What do they all have in common? All ruled by Europeans. And everyone knows this. Societies made by Europeans, for Europeans, ruled by Europeans do really well. Shocker.
Okay, so pro-segregation boy.
The rest of them, shut the hell. They can't run a first world nation because they're not first world people. The hard way.
Jesus. Okay, Spoon. Yeah, okay. They're not first world people, so they can't have a first world country. Okay.
Isn't there? The post-colonial project was always going
the hardware isn't there. I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
to fail. South Africa's biggest problem is the fact that it is a democracy. More than 80% of the country is non-white. Who's keeping the ANC in power? Idiots and state dependents. Now,
That is true, but the state is making them dependent and keeping them stupid. Making sure that the thought is if you get anyone other than the ANC into power, we're going to have apartheid. If there is anyone white in leadership, we're going to have apartheid. Okay. Spoon left the Orientals off his list. Well, maybe he knows that those are the true master race.
if you wanted to retain power, do you know what you don't do? Raise employment and education. Why would you? The moment someone gets money and a lick of sense, they will finger you as corrupt and incompetent, and you will never see.
Yeah, so that is the main dynamic that is generally accepted, is that you keep people stupid and they will keep you in power.
Power ever again. Why the hell would they do this? A highly competent minority they can conveniently blame for everything, and the parliament can essentially grift off this and maintain power and influence again. Why would they change? Like Frank said, same problem with all of Africa. Leadership. Because
black people cannot rule, black people cannot govern.
Case in point. Skinfolk ain't kinfolk, as the saying goes. Very much the case of South Africa's history, especially if you look at the 1800s during Shaka Zulu's reign. But look at the demographics from a purely power perspective. What would the president gain by being publicly sympathetic to the Afrikaners, politically speaking? Nothing. What do you think he's going to do? Openly admit to what he's been accused of?
That is why he's Trump making him confront it, takes him out of that context of where it's just South Africans and like nobody gives a shit about white people. The fact that it just wouldn't behoove you. Okay, it wouldn't be a good idea to support white people in that way. Stand up for them and say something is bad. You don't gain anything. In fact, you lose people. You lose people because then people start going, oh, it's going to be apartheid again. I was like, oh, you care about white people? Then you don't care about us. So there's nothing. He's right. There is nothing to be gained for a president of South Africa to stand up for white people. Nothing to be gained, because then you're getting rid of your scapegoat. That's not useful. But the thing is, when Trump puts that in front of you, you can't avoid it. You can't put your own narrative on it anymore. He puts the Western narrative on it and says, sorry, you're supposed to give a shit about this because I give a shit about this. And you have to explain yourself. That's why it was so fucking... Oh, it was so embarrassing.
So how do you think that's going to play out? Of course, he's going to deny. It's morally reprehensible, of course, but it's the rational course of action if you're a politician being bludgeoned on a global stage. I don't have to agree with it to understand it. Purely from his own pragmatic perspective, he has nothing to gain and everything to lose. Same thing with Malema, by the way, the one Trump showed in the White House. He's not a...
Malema is chanting again. he's getting a lot more popularity because he was shown in the White House.
Power broker. He's an imbecile. He's basically the AOC of our politics. Here's the situation. The country is loaded with a horde of, objectively speaking, stupid, unproductive people. That's not up for debate, by the way. That's a fact. They're not...
Okay. I mean, fine. Overloaded, I think, proportionally unproductive people, because there is literally nothing. There is no hardware, as in there is no jobs. There's no businesses for them to be taking part in. They're literally just on a welfare. They're getting their 320 rand. Which is what, like $15 a month.
Not the offspring of Western civilization, and they never will be. If you look at the people you're talking about, the concept of equality between them is absurd and ridiculous. You think? Okay, so yeah, that's another thing I just won't be able to swallow from Spoon, is the concept of equality. Is that's why Spoon calls me a proper screeching libtard, because I want people to be equal. Think we'll ever have an honest conversation about why, despite decades of economic intervention, it hasn't made a lick of difference in leveling the playing field? Same thing in America. The words and the promises of the ANC are miles away from objective reality. There are those who understand this and those who don't. The ones who do move away from the ANC. The ones who don't are alarmingly stupid and will move.
Okay, so he's blaming the democracy. He's saying, look, the people haven't moved away from ANC yet, and that's stupid. So therefore, they are what's the name? They're inferior, I suppose. I'm starting a business to employ people if crime and tax wasn't super ass. Plus, I'd struggle to find non-family members I'd trust with anything, which brings me right back to nepotism. Yeah, that's basically how people work with their companies. Yeah, it's about, you don't trust anyone. Does this also make the money printer go brrr? Yes, it does.
From the ANC to the even more radical version of stupidity.
Yes, I'll be president. Absolutely. I'll do such a good job. Bang up job.
And Malema knows this, by the way. All he is concerned about is keeping up relevancy. He doesn't give a damn about the people color regardless.
He does not give a shit. He does not give a shit. This is true. Like I said, it's about the shoes.
He's just slightly above them in intellect, with a level of corruption that is borderline cartoon villainy. Where it gets concerning, though, is looking at this going, this idiot looked at Zimbabwe and went, hold my beer. And obviously, no one would have functioned.
He did. That's a joke. That's pretty good. Hold my beer.
Brain cell thinks anyone who believes that Palawank is sane or reasonable, and so they would rather get the hell away from it. Understandably so. South Africa has the same problem as every other nation in Africa, leadership and corruption, with an additional variable. The reason I say this is their own people are worse off, and the political class doesn't care about them either. Really, they're just as big...
Yeah, their own people are worse off, yes.
Well, opportunists in the grand scheme of things. What irks my bollocks, though, is the Afrikaners moving and the American left losing their minds, or what left of it they have anyway, as if my kin is supposed to just be all right with calls to violence being sung by sitting members of parliament. Again...
Okay, so you call your party the Classy Kitty Club. Sure, Creamage. Malema is super unserious genocide enjoyer. His supporters, however. Yeah, the thing is, that's the thing. His supporters are very much, they support him. They're not about the shoes.
Again, No, they have anyway, as if my kin is supposed to just be alright with calls to violence being sung by sitting members of parliament. Again, none of these scripted drones are to be taken seriously. They're crazy. The way I personally disagree with all of this is how this was conducted. It's great American theater, bringing on a world leader to the White House and embarrassing them on a global stage. It makes Trump look like a boss. My problem is that idiot had to go back to South Africa, and the people do not have the protection of the White House. Those who hold hostile views who the state doesn't care about, how do you think they're going to react to this? Think about this logically for a second.
Okay, yeah, there's nothing they can really do.
And any hypothetical policy change that would benefit the Afrikaners would obviously come from this meeting. And more importantly, they would have to admit there was wrongdoing in the first place. Is he going to do any of that? No.
No.
Making people aware of the situation isn't going to do jack shit. Anyone.
Oof. The black pill is real, but it's for I'm no lies detected. I don't think no policy would protect the Afrikaner. You don't need to. It's just stop with the race. You have to get rid of the BEE. So essentially go and listen to a mannequin with a monocle and top hat telling us about African policy. Listen, he's an Afrikaner.
Who cares already knows. The mid-witted masses are simply up their own arse because Trump raised the issue. Those people who don't like Trump would all stop breathing if he told them he invented oxygen. Everyone knows the reality of this situation. If South Africa was just the Afrikaners, it would be a world superpower. If they all left, it would become a failed state within a matter of weeks. Or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe they'd all be forced to learn Mandarin and say glory to the new leader Xi Jinping. Cheers for watching once again. I apologize for nothing.
Okay, he doesn't apologize for anything. Where does Spoon live? Surely not some shithole European country. As an Aussie, I may have a grudge against the shitty old world countries. He lives in the UK, so he's was an Afrikaan, a South African. No, he still is, I suppose. Let's go. There we go. Where does Spoon? Yeah, there we go. Let's see. We are looking for Trump and Ramaphosa. Let's go to the love your accent. Hi, Ron. It's a South African accent. So there we go. I'm South African enough. Let's go Trump Ramaphosa meeting. Let's do the whole thing.
Mr. President, this time, what would it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
No, it's only 19 minutes. No, I want. Go back here. Full.
Two things, as you know, we have the G20 is going to South Africa.
Okay, so this is what they're talking about. I'd much rather live in a European country outside of bordering Russia. Those bordering Russia. Like Elon Musk. Elon Musk has a weird international accent. Over South Africa, that is, yeah.
When is that going to be?
In November.
In November.
And thereafter.
So what Ramaphosa is trying to get from this meeting, maybe I should. Okay, let's get some notes in. Come, let's go back to. We're not just React contenting here, boys. We are sophisticated React contenting. Okay. Yep. There we go. And Georgia is fine. Okay. Hold on. Let's go here. Do a new one. The meeting. I think this is the thing that most people thought I was going to do today anyway. So we wasted our time with that other video, or at least it was important, yes, to note that it was not putting the best spin on things. So let's take some notes from the meeting, shall we? But first, I will need to go and urinate. Because I'm not going to dance the whole time that I'm here. Okay, there we go. The meeting. There you go. There. Let that sit. And BRB. Shut up, bitch! I just realized I muted my mic so you didn't have to hear me scrounging around in the kitchen and things. But then you don't get to hear the background music, so I'm so sorry that I did that. What happened to me? The clip. I'm eating. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get you? No, I'm good. I'm good, guys. I just went to pee. So let's. I'm making tea in the background. I'm going to have rooibos tea, which is red bush tea. Hey, from New Zealand. Hey, Obi. What time is it there? God damn. Got a friend in New Zealand. An absolute bestie in New Zealand. So I've got a world clock with her. It's about 5 to 8. Nice. I love that tea. It's my favorite. Really? 0.5. Oh, what? That didn't come up. I'm drinking my coffee. Hey, Andrew. Okay, boys. We're not going to finish this whole thing today, but this is what we'll be getting into tomorrow a lot more. Thanks so much for nothing earlier on those other ones. Lots of South Africans in New Zealand. Yep, they are. Bestie that went there, she's South African. Okay, so let's go. But she's working. She's legal, guys.
I hand over.
I love how Trump's speech patterns are so annoying. It's like the first and biggest hurdle to get over to start respecting him. The thing is that what makes it actually is his speech patterns are also what makes him likable to lower IQ people, because he speaks very simply.
But to you.
Yes, we have it next.
You originated the G20, so I'll hand over Overton to you, and then you.
Okay, so I actually want to put some notes here in terms of what does Cyril want? What is this meeting about? Cyril, what does Cyril want? Cyril's aims? That we are just out of nowhere. Filtered. Oh, he's filtered through? You have to, okay, so Cyril's aims, he wants to talk about G20, getting business from America, business deals in America. Obviously wants to calm the excuse me. Good lord. Wants to I suppose he has to calm the idea. 1 of 44. Hi, it's me. I'm that Don Kitty. So Cyril's aims. Oh, and what else does he want? Yeah, just to calm the waters, I suppose, about genocide. Why does this always change back to UK? This is supposed to be American keyboard. My keyboard's American. Okay. Thank you. Thank you guys for the blessings. What is about genocide? Kitty, most of the population of the civilized world are not intellectuals. They do not diagram debates. Remember that the personal bias. That's really, I love that, Andrew. I'm not an intellectual either, but I guess I autistically do things. So I'm autistic. Okay, so Cyril's aims, calm waters about genocide. What else would you, if you were Cyril, what would you do? Make South Africa, basically make South Africa look good. Look good and open for business, right? Be friends with Trump. Make friends with Trump. Okay, these are his aims in this thing. Okay, cool. And what are Trump's aims? I would say political theater. Cyril's got to stand on business. Yeah. So political theater is so look what he's doing. He's being he's going to be a hard ass in front of the reporters. Be hard ass in front of reporters. Confront a world leader in an unconventional way. Okay, so that's how he's gonna get what he's gonna get from this. He's gonna get the theater of it all. I suppose. What does Elon think of this? Why does America care about this? Right now, I just think it's an opportunity. It's been brought to his attention, and he's using it as an opportunity. I don't think he really gains much, other than, okay, well, sure, South Africa partnership reduces Russia's influence, Russia and China influence, because now we are very friendly with Russia and China. Okay, South Africa. So we could be like a little proxy for America, because it's like, no, if we can win over South Africa, then we got a little foothold there in Africa. So if Russia's interested in South Africa, the USA should be interested in South Africa. If China is interested in South Africa, the USA should be interested in South Africa. Yeah, I guess we got natural resources and things that people are interested in. We got that uranium, boy. But yeah, I think Trump is looking. Also, he is looking for any benefit for America. America first. It's America first. Anything Africa can give South Africa. He'll take. I think that's part of his thing. Trump's knows this, we know this, but most of the voter does not care about. Vote with feelings. They need symbols and memes and sound bites to paint broad strokes. All the information that has been conveyed before they get distracted with the next thing. Absolutely, Andrew. That's exactly how it works. And that's what he's doing. He is playing this. That's what Trump's doing. Shall we put Trump's aims in orange? I think that'll be fun. There you go. Okay. Appease whoever brought this up. We know he didn't read the newspaper or something. What he did also get there were delegations sent from lobbyists in South Africa that wanted him to give this attention. And then obviously Elon Musk as well. Elon Musk's influence was also involved there. Because what's her name? With Elon, he wanted to get Starlink started in South Africa, and the race-based laws are they don't allow him to actually operate in there because it's too much white-owned stuff. So that's how it brought it up. So Trump's interest, America first, anything, and I guess Elon Musk's let's say Elon Musk's influence, and then say Starlink not allowed in SA because of race laws. Okay. Trump's also a big peace guy, and he probably really believes this thing is going towards a genocide, if you think it is or not, and does not want it to. Yeah, he's a peace guy, but I don't think, like, he's not going to put America, the point is he's supposed to not put America in jeopardy for the sake of other countries. So if South Africa can benefit America, then he will be interested in it. And I think that's okay. I don't feel bad about him looking for interests for his country. Like, I don't feel like Trump should care about this from the goodness of his own heart, because I just don't think that's possible for world leaders at this point. They can't really they can't do what they think is right. Or what feels good and right for them. Although Trump, I suppose we could say maybe he is that kind of guy that will go with what he's feeling. But anyway, let's see what he's up to, yeah? Let's go back to the video. Put it over here. Sorry, I need to break up my windows. There we go. Okay.
You lead the
We're
G20.
going to have it the following year. So we'll be discussing many things, and some of the things you've been reading about in the papers, the media. And I would say that, look, the president is a truly respected man in many, many circles, and in some circles he's considered a little controversial.
In some circles he's considered controversial. Which circles are these, Mr. President? Shall we actually put a timeline together now? See what and there'll be topics, don't worry, I'm not going to use the dialogue, we're not diagramming in depth, but let's put a go to timeline now and say, okay, topics covered. Okay, so President Ramaphosa, and we will copy style for Trump brings it up. Okay, so Trump said this. So interesting, controversial. Okay. Also, that probably, yeah. Okay, good. No, this over here. Enter. Okay.
But we're going to be discussing some of the things that are taking place in South Africa and see if we can help, and we want to help.
He's like, oh god, this is what we're talking about. We're not talking about G20, Mr. Cyril. We're talking about what's happening in South Africa. Controversial figure. What's happening? Things that are happening in South Africa. In South Africa, we want to help. The USA wants to help. Okay, cool. What's next?
And we've had a long relationship with South Africa. I have, because indirectly I have so many friends that live there. I have a lot of friends. I mean, these are famous guys, but I have a lot of
Of course, Trump. He has a lot of famous guys. South Africa has a long history, but also he has a personal history. So that's it. USA history with SA Trump. Personal history with South Africa, with famous South Africans. He's so much fun. We have to, by the way, Trump knows famous people. Sir, you're the president. We know this.
friends that live there that are tremendous people. And we'll be discussing that. We'll have a nice conversation. And I really appreciate that you guys came along. It's really...
Yeah, I think he plays golf with Ernie. America has the worst record for genocidal behavior.
It really helps us in our thought process. But it is a great honor to have you, and I appreciate you called. You called. I don't know where he got my number, but I picked up.
Oh, that's funny. I don't know where he got my number. You called. That's pretty funny. He's a funny guy, and you know what? Look, Ramaphosa is licking his boots by having a good laugh there. Good boy. That's polite.
He said, "I want to come over and see you." That was my honor, and thank you very much for being here.
Okay, so he did say it's my honor, and they're shaking hands. Good.
You're most welcome.
Okay, so it's his honor. That was very nice and cute. He also plays golf with Gary Player. There you go. Wants to help. There we go. Paste style. Oh, not that. Sorry. That must be paste style. Okay, history with SA, USA. There's a joke about the call. Cool. Please go.
Thank you very much for welcoming us to this reformed White House. I've been here before, and it looks really fantastic.
Oh my God, this is a nice house. It's a really nice house you got here. Yes, politicians, the way they have to speak to each other. There's too much small talk that has to happen. But okay, let's go. How else do you do it?
Congratulate you.
Thank you.
But I also thank you for allowing our delegation. This is a very mixed delegation that you've got.
Oh, it's a very mixed delegation, boys. Thank you for allowing our delegation. So Cyril, you know what, Cyril, I think you can be green. Or must it be yellow for the ANC? Yeah, yellow for ANC. There you go. Actually, let's do it this way. Format style. Copy style, sorry. Paste style. No, man, you shits. Okay, and then change the color. There we go. Okay, guys, he's got black friends. I mean, he's got white friends, so it's fine.
But we've got people from government, prime ministers. I've got someone from the trade union movement who really collaborate.
Okay, so he's like, look, we've got what? Trade union. So we got the unions there, boys. We got the unions. We got COSATU. Trade unions. Union representative movement. We've got what? Does the delegation meet SA race quotas? Yeah, I think it's fine. No, actually, it's a bit too over white. There's too much white. Too much white there.
Business by ministers. I've got someone from the trade union.
So he's got ministers. I think that would have been Jared, that would have been a great question for Trump to ask. So does this meet the quotas? Yeah, there's too many white people. I think it would be hilarious to say there's overrepresentation of white people here, though. Ministers.
Union movement, who we really collaborate with, and from business as well. And also,
so we're just businessmen as well, which is Jan Rupert.
Sporting legends. When I spoke to you,
sporting legends as well. So you guys are sporting legends are mascots. Sporting. So that's only else.
Said yes, come along and bring Gary Player, bring Ernie Els and Retief Goosen.
Okay, so we've got Ernie Els. Is Retief Goosen there? Okay. Too much white.
I brought the two of them. Gary Player, I spoke to him, and he said, "Look, I'm getting rather on in my years, but wishes us luck in this discussion."
Okay, so Gary Player couldn't make it, boy.
With you, so it's a real joy, and I'd also like to thank you for allowing your people to start discussions with us at the trade.
Okay, so he's really trying. Look, and you know what the thing is that people go, look, he can speak to Trump without looking like a moron, or he can speak English to Trump. Like, and they're happy. They have such low expectations that they think this is great. Look how nicely he's speaking to Trump. Okay, you still have to deal with the dim the lights moment.
Trade level, when we are essentially here to reset the relationship between the United States and South Africa.
Ooh, okay. We are here to reset between USA and South Africa. Wow. The only thing Cyril knows about golf is how often it gets stolen, like how often his clubs get stolen now. His clubs are very safe. There we go. That's there. The Gulf of Mexico gets stolen though. Get it?
We are long-standing partners in many ways. We've collaborated in many fields, in space issues, in energy, and in trade, and we therefore need to reset that.
Trump is not interested, boy. He like, look, you're trying to make nice. He's trying to make nice. Cyril's trying to make nice, which is the whole point of his thing. Let's talk about it. Let's be friends. But Trump is here. Trump can't really get into that. This nice making without the confrontation. So he wants to get into that confrontation. Have the Chinese done anything to precipitate a realignment? So to make us go a bit more towards America? It's just America's criticized us. So that's I think what's oh, City Golf. There we go. I get it. Polo.
Particularly in the light of some of the announcements that you made on trade and investment. So we want to advance more trade between the two of us, your two countries, and our people now have been empowered by yourself.
Yeah, see how he's acting like nothing. We know why we're here, Cyril, but I guess he has to play the game. He has to be like, yeah, I'm here to talk to you about it's a normal diplomatic visit, I suppose, where you're like, I'm friends and we want to make new what do you call it, new relationships. We want to be part of it in business, like all about making nice.
Myself and by myself to start engaging, and we hope that we will be able to fuel that engagement during our talks.
Oh, good luck. Okay, engagement. So he had to talk, and I guess that people will be happy that he does this. Okay.
And we also want.
And this is what made it an ambush, right? Because look how nice Cyril's making it, and Trump is not. Trump is here to just be ugly to him.
To discuss issues that have to do with how we promote further investments. And
how do we promote further investments? But people, if the only thing people know about your country is that there's race-based laws, and also you've got rampant commies that are running around trying to get more and more power, and you yourself are freaking commie, this is not going to really. You want to nationalize everything. Your communism is not making for good investments, boys. It's not making you attractive. We are Venezuela. You're trying to be Venezuela. So okay, so we've got the promote further investments. And I guess what I would say, just as my commentary, is SA is not attractive if we look at politicians. Politicians and political parties pushing. Well, not really. It's not exact. They don't call it communism. Okay, they're just pushing nationalizing and compensation and what's the name? Not land reform. Not repatriation. Without compensation and lack of compensation. It'll come to me. Just the word has gone.
In both countries, we've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US. That's
22 countries in South Africa that invested in the US. Okay. South Africa is invested in the US. Our money is 20 times less. Requisition. No, not requisition. It's expropriation. There we go. This land expropriation. Because it makes you not have faith in property rights when that sort of thing is coming along, and why would anyone want to do business with that? So he's like, oh yeah, 22 companies from SA have invested in the US. You guys want to invest in my company? Hi USA, want to invest in me? Send a super chat. Mr. Trump sent a super chat.
That's creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of
600 companies invested in South Africa. Okay, so he's like, look, 600. I mean, you'll get lots. You want that cheap labor? Just employ us. We're in a different time zone, but there you go. 600. What do you call it? Companies. US companies invested in SA. Okay. The NDR is a mix of communism and socialism sprinkled with a bit of race dominance. The NDR is above all. And Cyril has no say in it. Cyril's just a little bit of a mouthpiece. He is no leader. He's just the guy that he's a little mascot dude, but doesn't say much. Doesn't have much say as an individual. We are at a crossroads with the new patriotic right and the old neocon neolib right. Genetics and IQ, national identity, historical events, repatriation of foreign useless people. All of this is coming up soon in your smartphone. Okay, where's that? Who's gonna hum? Where am I going to be repatriated to?
Some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years. That's true. So our links
Okay. Sorry. What's been there for 100 years?
are invested in South. That's creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years. That's true. So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, Ukraine.
To bring peace around the world? You're talking about Ukraine? Okay.
The Middle East. So we value that, and we are also a great contributor to peace processes that are going.
Okay, so he's just like, hey, investments, peace, peacemaking efforts. Okay, yeah, cool.
On around the world. And of course, we want to discuss how we can support each other. You are a much bigger economy than we.
Yes, we know this. We know you're a big boy, America. You're a big boy.
Yeah, we're just a tiny economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that
You want our minerals, boy. Partnership. America, big boy. So that's very good, Cyril. Okay, Cyril saying how big America is a very good thing. That's what Trump wants to hear. He wants to hear you're a big boy because you are. You know it. You don't need to hear it. It's not like somebody needs to tell you because you'll forget. But you also do want to hear it because you know you're like, I want to know that you know that I'm big and you're small. Okay, I'm big and you're little. I'm strong and you're weak. That's what you gotta be doing for him. America is massive. SA is small economy. Okay, and also he wants to just say critical minerals. We got stuff for you. It'll benefit you. So that's fine. We do need. Trump needs to know what he can get from us. That's what any sort of diplomatic mission is or discussion should be about.
Want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals.
Okay, critical minerals, rare earth. So one of the things that people get upset about is that no, we are exporting our minerals. We don't industrialize on our own shores. America obviously wants to industrialize on their own shores. So yeah, this just continues us being a slave to America because we're giving minerals away. We're giving raw materials. We're not giving products. So that's what everybody gets upset about. So critical minerals is just okay. I guess as my thing is industrial. No, from manufacturing. In USA, propped up by SA Minerals. Oopsie. Question mark. What about SA manufacturing? We'll be your cheap Asian factories. Promise.
So all of that combination of opportunity and the
we'll carry the pollution and everything. I promise.
products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship.
You guys can buy Veldskoen from us. You can go and look up Veldskoen. Look this up. Veldskoen.
Which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender. And that is really what has brought us.
Maybe it would be easier to industrialize if they could keep the lights on 24/7. Oopsie!
Yeah, and we are really privileged to have great South Africans in the mix.
Yeah, great South Africans.
You said you liked.
Our great South Africans that I don't know how many of them actually still live in South Africa permanently.
See them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf book.
Oh, I bought you a golf book.
Weighs 14 kilograms. Oh. And it showcases the golf courses in our country.
Oh, that's cute. Ass kissing golf book. He gave you a present. It's a 14-kilogram book.
Johan Rupert wrote preface, sorted any else.
Oh, golf book Ernie Els, and Johan Rupert. Okay, the name drops.
And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I
Come to our golf courses. So basically showcase the golf courses, golf course book is a book. That's a big boy. Yeah, that is a big boy. To showcase the courses. So he's like trying to get Trump, like, Trump, come to South Africa and play golf with us, okay, for the G20, because we need you there.
spoke to you, when we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President. So
and he says president, okay? He doesn't say Mr. Trump or whatever. He goes, I've started practicing. Cyril has started practicing golf. Why am I diagramming this part? I think these are little bits that you can go, oh, look, he did this. He did the thing. These are little plus points for him. But all of this, Trump is thinking about getting to his big moment of dim the lights, right? But now his ass is getting thoroughly kissed by Cyril. So he's kind of, look at him, he's smiling. He's like, okay, shit, he's such a nice guy. Cyril's such a nice guy. Of course he's not, of course he's not a bad guy. So it helps.
I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period, right? And it was at a time when
he's so articulate, boys.
The whole world was going through a really cathartic moment, right? And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with
respirators. They're like reciprocity. Okay, so thank you. Thanks for COVID supplies. I like that he goes, it was very well done. Where he goes, you may not remember. Okay, that's, I just want to put this here. You may not remember. I think that's a very good tactic to do with Trump. Not you may not remember because you're an old man and whatever. It's you may not remember because you do so much, and look, we remember it. Us, little South Africa, we cherish that moment that USA helped us. So you might not remember it. Because Trump does so much. Trump did so much during COVID. Of course, he's not going to remember little old SA. Okay. Is he learning to hotwire the golf? Sis, man. This golf shit is so sad to see. This guy's on his knees wanting the shaft. Oof. Listen, he's just being very nice. You can see. He's just trying to look, oh, because Trump did so much during COVID. He's just kissing butts.
Respirators, and you kept your word.
You kept your word.
Respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So,
respirators. But he's like, hey, that's very nice. You've kissed my ass, but I've still got stuff to say to you.
I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during a really difficult time.
Oh, thank you, America. Thanks, America, for helping us during a difficult time. America's like, where's South Africa?
The small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world, and you were there to provide that. So thank you very much. I remember.
Oh, and he says, look what he does. He says, I remember the call, right?
Oh, yeah.
He says he remembers the call. Oh, fuck, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful human interactions. Because he goes, you may not remember, and then we get Trump. I remember the call. So he has to say, no, listen, I remember the call. I remember you, little man. It's okay. I remember the call. That's great. He remembers it. You think thank you stuff is because of Ukraine? That's a good point. But no, I think it's just it was part of trying to be nice anyway. It's that we know we're coming to them with our cap in our hand. Definitely, we're definitely in no way in the same stratosphere as what Ukraine is asking for, and we are trying to be humble. That's what. And as you see, I'm already gone into this as if, as if I'm all for Cyril over here. Fuck's sake. So I remember the call. Okay, he is so gracious. He remembers the little man. Whether he believes it or not, they're just making nice. He made nice, and then they shake hands. And it's a kiss. Now kiss. Okay.
150 respirators. We became the respirator king. We started
Oh, so he said 150 respirators. What? We became
making them. Nobody had said 150
around the world, and you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We said 150 respirators.
We sent 150. Okay. 150, hey? But I mean, listen, the way that South Africa works, we have one printer for our driver's license. We have one printer for the whole country, okay, to make driver's licenses. So my license that's in the drawer over there, and Cyberringu's license for driving, and anyone else that's inside that, all came from the same printer. One printer. And there was a whole shortage of that. So 150 of anything in South Africa is pretty good. Okay, we sent 150 respirators. Respirator King. Respirator Kings. Yeah, it's for real. Go and look it up. This guy is a typical politician. The big thing from the Ukraine was, why didn't he just say thank you? Yeah. I renewed my license last week. Well, when are you going to... Do you have your temporary one? Mine's expired. So, when I go to South Africa, I have to rely on other people driving. Although I think they might accept my UAE one temporarily. I don't know.
We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them.
Nobody had him. We had him. Everybody tells me how great Trump is. Just so
very few of them. That's right. But they were very helpful. But we said 150, and I appreciated the letter you wrote me a letter. That's right. Thank you.
Oh, you wrote me a letter. So he remembers the letter. Okay. Appreciate the letter. Okay, I think it is important to say he's saying thank you. Thank you for Americans' help. Okay, so this is also it makes us a lot better looking than the genocidal guys, right? Cyril's being very nice. Let's actually change this. Update. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. It really touched my heart. I spoke to you and you delivered. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. You that was the other term. Your other term.
Yeah. Any questions, Mr. President?
White Afrikaner.
Oh. Okay. So the press, obviously, they go to the press questions. So that was their opening remarks. I suppose we could say this. Not topics covered. Let's just go timeline of events. Oopsie. We do actually have to get going because it is 4 hours in. But let's see the first question. Let's do the first question and then we'll continue with this tomorrow. I don't know if we'll get through the whole fucking thing. We should have spent that. We shouldn't have watched that other video this morning. But yeah, let's have a good go at this.
Refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protected status for them?
Well, okay, look, that's a good question. Like, why is it important to welcome South African refugees? Because that's part of the criticism. So let's go press question. Why is it to welcome SA refugees when Venezuelans, Haitians have had protected status revoked? Well, also, first of all, it's because it's 59 of them versus I don't know how many of the other kind. Okay. Oopsie, no, the meeting. There we go. Take it out of Bones mind map. Go over here. You were really wondering the same thing, yeah. But it's all for sure. It would be interesting. Look, whatever his answer is here, we know he's giving us a politician's answer. What color will this be? It's the press question, so just white. Okay. Okay.
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news.
Jesus, so you already just goes NBC. By the way, NBC equals fake news. Okay.
Ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements.
No, they're not questions, they're statements. Oh, that's interesting. They're not questions, they're statements. And basically what the statement being said here is you shouldn't, the statement, you shouldn't welcome any refugees. You are using a double standard. And also the underpinning thing is you only care about what you only care because they're not brown. Okay, that's basically the statement, I would say, as the commentator.
We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today.
So we've had complaints about Africa. We've had some complaints. Everybody said, I want to speak to the manager, which is America.
When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can.
Okay, so he's actually, those people came in unvetted, unchecked. Okay. What was the number he said?
Doing record business on that. And we just, in many cases, 21 million people come through our border.
Okay, 21 million people. I wonder if anyone just hopped on went to Mexico and then hopped on a boat to come into America. I mean, if anyone from Africa did that, I don't think they would. Okay, so they would just go to Africa, go to America and overstay their visa like anyone else. Okay, so 21, what's 21 million people come through the border, through our border. And he wants to get rid of the other people, unvetted, undocumented. These guys would be documented.
Totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons.
Undocumented, many cases they're criminals. He says many cases, not all of them. Many are criminals. Many drug dealers. Okay, so there we got criminals, asylums, insane people. They're not sending their best. Okay.
They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can. And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case. We're allowed to send back hundreds of criminals to Venezuela. This one that.
Okay, we're allowed to. We won a case. To what? Able to send hundreds of criminals to Venezuela. Now, what will obviously become pertinent to that discussion is, some people just were wrongly sent over there, and they're just normal people.
That today in the Supreme Court, I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of people are very concerned with regard to South Africa, and that's really the purpose of the meeting. And we'll see what.
Okay, people are concerned. So the thing is, people are concerned. Okay, and I think you could say a little bit more here and be like, well, these are bad people, supposedly. That doesn't mean that nobody is welcome in America. We want productive people of society, productive members of society that will assimilate and into our culture. Blah blah blah. That's and then they're like, oh, Jan or whatever is not going to assimilate into the culture. Well, he better. That's what you got to do.
How that turns out, but we have many people that feel they're being persecuted and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many
people that are people are being persecuted. Okay. People are concerned, persecuted. So many people come.
Many locations, if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on. And
he brought up the genocide word. Fuck. Genocide.
We had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa. And it's
I'm not a white farmer, but I fled South Africa. Fleeing South Africa. It's just, fleeing is a different word to I moved out of South Africa. I moved away from South Africa. I moved beyond South Africa. That's the difference, not fleeing. Fleeing is literally like get on the plane. I was able to get my cats to come with me. That's not fleeing. Okay. So what the white farmers? Okay, so he said the word genocide, then he went to white farmers. So of course the press is going like this. Okay.
It's a very sad thing to say.
If you've grown a tomato, you can't. You know what I grew is like where we would have in school, you would put a bean in cotton wool and water it. Yeah.
But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because I know you don't want that.
I go back to visit. I don't think I would ever go and live there again. Which my family is very upset about. If we do, it would not be in Johannesburg, where we came from.
It's a kind of a different meeting. Normally we have meetings, we talk about trade, and we'll be talking about trade and other things. But that certainly will be a subject that comes up. Yeah.
Ooh, they look at him. Okay, I'm not a body language expert person, but look at his hand. He's like, oh fuck. Look how he let's see if we can go a bit bigger. Yeah. Actually, I could just put this in single layout for a sec. Look at his hand.
We talk about trade, and we'll be talking about trade and other things. But that certainly will be a subject that comes up.
Yeah, he touches he's touching Cyril is touching the what's name the chair there. He's like, oh fuck. Is this really what we're gonna talk about? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, please. Brian, thank you very much.
Okay, so I think that's where we'll leave it for now. But yeah, white farmers are a problem, and this is what the trade talk later. Okay. He looks like his plans just got sunk. Yeah, he just wanted to brush it off. You know, he had to at least try. Lived up there for 3 months. Have no idea how people can live in the Gulf. In the what? In the Middle East. Or are you saying lived up there as up where? In Gauteng. Oh. Live in Gauteng. What the fuck? Okay, sorry, I didn't read. I'm not reading you properly today. 1040. Okay, so hold on. Let's save this. Command server, research questions. Let's go South Africa thing. Okay. How? What the fuck? Failed to upload. Please check your network and try again. Fuck you. Upload. Upload my mind map. Yeah. Xmind is being a bitch. Here is the link. Publish. Okay, we're publishing the whole thing. And that will be in the description and there. But for now, what I will be doing is nourishing myself and having a good afternoon. We will be back tomorrow morning, my morning, for or your morning as well if you're in South Africa, to continue with this. I think this is what we're going to spend our diagramming time on. So if you're interested in going into this, in a deep dive into the bilateral meeting with South African President Ramaphosa, please join us tomorrow morning. Yeah, it'll be a good funnel time, and thank you very much. Let's turn off our there so we can get our outro meeting. Outro meeting. I'm just thinking of meetings. I guess I'm late. Oh, these nuts, you are very late. I'm finishing up now. Go and have a look. But you know what? We've only just started this meeting, really. So we'll be going back into it tomorrow. So hopefully you'll be able to join us again tomorrow. This time I might be. I'll go longer next time. But it's already been 4.5 hours. But yeah, keep an eye out. This week, it's streaming every day except Wednesday. So keep an eye out for that. Turn your notifications on. Have a nice time. Have a nice life. And bye.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad. We sparked out hard, yeah, we went full cat. Axel still hissing. Daisy's on the shelf. She just knocked over the internet itself. I'll see you next time. Take care. We'll be vibing, and then I swear it's been a long stream. You, my friend, we'll talk all about it when I see you again. We had some fun. We lost our way. That's all I've got. So go away. That's all I've got. So go away.